Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Um, can you say something? SP, what happened? Come back. Um, I was waiting for OE to finish up, but I thought I better go ahead and start this. Come back in here. I don't know what was going on, but um, hey everybody, they were having like a stream over there at Objective Ethics, and it was ending, and everybody kind of acted like they wanted to have keep on streaming. So that's why I decided to. And here comes Robert. Hey, can you hear me now?
How goes it?
All right, I want to know, have you got me blocked on your channel? I tried commenting on your stream earlier, and it would not
I
show up.
don't know. I seen that I was unsubscribed to you. I don't know what's going on. I swear I've had problems with. I don't know if it's an IP thing or what, but I will definitely. I'll check it while we're talking.
I was trying to talk to you in Objective Ethics, like chat too, and like did
Oh,
everyone
I
answer?
seen you. I seen you. I said, hey, Robin, you
I
didn't
know,
see me.
but
Say, hey.
me and Phantom were asking you about that, about not being able to see my comments, and you never did answer me or Phantom.
Oh,
Like,
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention there.
well,
Then that
I
was
figured that.
that wasn't a block thing. That was just
But I
just.
kept commenting on your because I slept through y'all's streams. I
I'm
mean,
going
and
to
I
check
got
the settings on it right now while we're talking, though.
yeah, and I was like, why can't I comment? And I kept on commenting, saying hey, and no, it would never show up. Before I had to figure it.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't know. I had some nefarious stuff going on my
Yes.
thing, and my apologies. I need to get my crap together.
I was like, okay. I didn't figure out it was blocked, but like
No. I
stuff
have
happened.
no one that blocked purposely. No one. No.
No, but like I do
Christian.
stuff like that.
No one.
Sometimes I like fingers. I mean, like I'm pushing stuff, and
Yeah.
Wrong hole, Robert.
He's figuring out stuff.
I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, that was rough.
How's it going, man? I seen you over there. I seen your comment. Unfortunately, yeah, I did know that you were wanting to comment to Jill there. I halfway did myself, but Jill's, I don't know. Jill's had a lot of heat at me. He needs to fizzle out a little more, I guess, before I actively try to go talk to him somewhere. He's aggravated with me after I pulled him off the stage, and then I was asking other people on the panel if they wanted me to bring him back in, and I didn't get it. I didn't get any yeses, so I left him off the stage. But it's after he was stepping all over me, talking, and he wasn't saying anything particular. He was just trying to cut me off. So I pulled him off the panel. And in retrospect, I really wish I hadn't. Not that he didn't deserve it, but I do wish that I hadn't. But yeah, so he's a little bit of a handful.
Well, that's what the mute button's for.
Yeah.
And I know atheists like you really try not to use the mute button, but every now and then you just fucking gotta. You don't want to be a Matt Dillahunt muting people left and right, but
yeah. But I mean, he's all right. I believe that he believes what he believes. The problem is the dissonance it's just so thick. Every time I see someone like him, I look back at who I was, and I'm like contact embarrassed about what I did and who what I used to do. But yeah, you run with. Oh yeah. I don't think I ever had the attitude or the chip on my shoulder. I can't imagine that I did. Which made it easier for me to deconvert. But the thing of making an excuse for things that are clearly otherwise unrectifiable without finding a good excuse, the motivation to the excuse, to be motivated towards it, I definitely used to have that. So, but obviously not to the degree. I guess not to the degree, or I wouldn't have got away from it.
Yeah, I was supposed to go on his channel today, but I postponed it a week because I didn't really have enough time to get my notes together. Because just doing casual conversations, I don't need notes for. But going on to rebuke and reprove, I got to have my shit together.
Jill's here. He's here.
Right, you better.
No shit, we were talking about him behind his back. Okay.
That's what I was
Well,
like,
it's on a
oh,
live stream. I don't know that it's behind stream. I don't know that it's behind anyone's back.
no.
I don't know that it's behind anyone's back.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
welcome,
skeptical.
Jill.
I don't recall that's what actually happened, but I guess we can
Oh,
just agree to disagree on that. But
okay.
yeah,
Well, I mean, it's recorded for good, so it's got a record on it. But yeah, I just felt like you were talking over the top of me, and you just were saying, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" rhetorically, as if there was an answer to the question, and you were speaking over the top of me. And I think the second or third times you said, "What are you talking about?" or something that just was of a rhetorical nature, that it was just to speak over me. But yeah, I pulled you off the stage.
right,
But
right.
again, in retrospect, I wish I would have just hit the mute button while I finished my thought and then unmuted.
Every now and then, you just got to Matt Dillahunty out.
Nah.
Oh, okay. Like, Jill, I want to thank you for agreeing to do the debate with, if you, I mean, like, I wasn't going to push it if you were uncomfortable with having a woman that moderate, but I will be fair. And, I will, get you a link for the stream, so you can like come in and hook your channel up. So it'll stream to everybody, to all of the channels. So, but
Yeah, Robin tries to be very fair.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
did.
was just shocked he didn't want to have the debate with just me and him. So I was ready to have the debate now. I'm always ready to have the debate, but
Mm.
Yeah.
he
Well,
can't
and I totally
prepare.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And I,
totally
and I
agree.
was just
Sometimes
I
you
was
work
just
together, man.
suggesting that since you and him were friends, I'm just now subscribed, so
Yeah.
I just found you. So hey, I have no way of communicating. I didn't even know you had my email, so I wasn't even looking for an email from
Okay.
you. So I suggested to him simply, if that's your friend, your buddy, you know, so
Mm.
you guys set it up, let me know the time, the date, and I gave my availability. So, at least try to
Good.
make it, line up with that. And that's where I left it. I said, okay, you two know each other. You could set it up, and I'll just give you my availability. So, but he made it so I had to actually speak with you and set it up with you, and so
I didn't see. I didn't read this, but that's fine. You don't have to. Um, but I appreciate it. So, because like Toronto Bible Study, I was supposed to set up two debates between them. And yes, me and OE are friends, but that doesn't mean that I want to be an unfair moderator on a debate. You know what I mean? Because that's not no way to get any kind of debates on your channel. And but TBS, like he's like, no, I don't want you to moderate. And he says won't be fair. So, but so I appreciate you trusting me to moderate. But and but if anybody else wants to come on, I'll let y'all talk about the Bible and stuff, because I have absolutely not much of an opinion on that. So I'm gonna stay out of that conversation. But I think some people are wanting to come on and finish more streaming. Just kind of try to let everybody talk a little bit, and don't
Yeah.
everybody jump on Geo at once.
I was talking to Phyllis Sober earlier today, and I mentioned that because he was talking with people on the Quran and people who defend not only prophecies that happen, but they defend things that are they're said in a way that are not a scientific way, that someone with all knowing could have obviously fixed this. And just like the Bible and Revelations, they have in the Quran a verse that talks about the stars falling to the ground, right? And the reason that I like these kind of ones better than prophecies, because prophecies can always be vaguely kind of shifted around and said, well, that prophecy, they didn't want anybody to know what it really meant because it would have changed it, and then the outcome would have not been the case. But whereas a physical scientific thing about how the moon is or how the stars work or whatnot, this is not something that revealing it can change the outcome of it. It's just it is going to be the way that it is. So when we see verses like stars falling to the ground, or things that are just inordinately incorrect about how reality works, it was such an easy opportunity if someone had all knowledge, and it wasn't just the knowledge of a layman at the time, that they could have straightened that out and not said that incorrectly. But over and over, both in the Quran and the Bible, those opportunities aren't taken. Instead, they use vocabulary that aligns with what the average person at the time would have thought how reality worked, but it's not how it works.
That's quite
Thoughts?
interesting. Your approach to the text, you do presuppose that the text is rendering itself in a wooden literal fashion. So I just actually got out of a discussion with some atheists, and they were doing the same thing. So you're presupposing that the author is intending to communicate one thing when he may not be doing that. So I tend to favor the interpretations that avoid reading overly reading literal readings of symbolic passages, or trying to make metaphors stand on all fours. So I would suggest reading commentaries on the book of Daniel and the book of the Gospel of Matthew and Revelation that use this type of imagery, or symbolic symbolism, if you want to call it that. These are not literal astronomy or astronomical types of renderings.
Sure, but that's a post-interpolation. The people inside of the
No,
time
so-
frame that didn't know how stars worked
Oh,
would have fully thought that stars can fall to the ground.
that's your interpretation. Okay, that's your
Jill, the
opinion.
problem is, this is
Hold
the
on,
problem. It's the
hold on, let me
slippery. No, hold on.
respond
I
to
only
that really
got 3
quickly.
seconds and you got 20 seconds and my response is 3.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
The problem is that you can do this with everything, Jill. You can say, when someone says they ate a fruit, well, in this context, because that's not scientific now, that's not what happened. So we interpret that as, so it gets shifted through the years. And what you find in those footnotes and what you're talking about is people who already want to drink the Kool-Aid. They say, well, the way to interpret this is in a way that it lines with what we now know objective reality is. But that's a post facto interpolation to make sure that it's not in disalignment with what we know reality to be.
Well, let me just correct this huge error you keep making, and the atheists on the last panel kept making the same error as well. You do come in with a presupposition. Okay, you make these assumptions like they didn't understand anything. They didn't understand anything. That's your assumption. That's fine. If you want to bring that into the text, and you're just bringing your presupposition, you're not actually giving a fair rendering of the text. Okay, 'cause you have a bias. You start out with a bias, you finish with your bias.
Well,
Approving
we
your
all do
bias.
though, right?
But I don't. So
You don't use priors?
instead we don't argue that these are Christian later interpretations. These interpretations come from the people in the first, second, third, fourth century on. This isn't something Christians invented new. I proved that in Matthew's rendering of the virgin birth. He did that on purpose. Well, what do you have to assume? He just didn't know about Isaiah chapter 8. He wouldn't have read the very next chapter and found out that this was already fulfilled. So he just didn't know. He didn't understand Greek. He didn't understand this. He didn't understand that. They didn't understand cosmology. You're assuming they are trying to render cosmic or cosmology, or excuse me, astronomy.
And
You're
why are you
assuming
assuming
that.
they're not?
That's your
Jill?
assumption.
Tell me
That's-
why it is that you're assuming they're not.
because the text is clearly using imagery. You don't know when I read Shakespeare and I read that Iago.
Tell me
or,
why you think that. I mean, you're saying that you
can I
don't have
finish my point?
biases, though.
Can I finish my point? I'm telling
Sure.
you why. Because I know how to read literature. I teach literature. I teach children how to read literature. Okay, so I know how to recognize it. And people in the first century knew how to recognize it. Why you don't
Mhm.
today is your problem. That's critical scholarship's problem. That's
Mhm.
why I still call you liberal scholarship, because that's what you are.
So how
Okay?
do you get
So
the tree?
because
with-
you don't know
with-
how to read literature. That's why.
with
That's the problem.
Jill, when
So
you got
hold on.
Judas
Let me
Iscariot.
finish my point, please.
Okay.
So when the Bible is using things like the sun darkening, or when the Bible is saying, here's a perfect way to figure out that the imagery is being used. Okay, and I teach this to my students. If you have an author that is saying two contradictory things
Mhm.
about something, like hell, for instance. Hell is both darkness of darkness, meaning it is there, they can't get any darker than this type of darkness. Okay. And it is also a place of fire. Those, we know that is imagery. Why? Because fire can't exist in a place where it is dark. It's darkness.
Okay.
So that is clearly the author, the same author, is not contradicting himself. He is using apocalyptic language or
You're
imagery.
picking a verse that no one has ever said, to my knowledge, is a contradiction.
That's just one example. That's just
okay,
one
well,
example
let's pick that people really talk about.
Because I see a pattern here. Don't you see a pattern going on?
I do
in
see
Revelation?
a pattern. I see an immense pattern here.
Yes, apocalyptic language, imagery.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the pattern is that you presuppose univocality and then you enforce it in the text against what we would do for anything else in our life, period.
No,
if
words are not univocal.
Hold on. If you received a text, if you received an email right now and it said that Joe, your friend Joe emailed you and said, you know that Tom just died. I heard he got hit by a car. And you're like, wow, that's crazy. And then your friend Alan emailed you and said, hey, you know that Tom just died. I heard he was shot on the railroad tracks. You would immediately think, something's amiss here. But that's not what you do if you see that in the Bible. When you see Judas Iscariot, that he fell headlong in a field and his guts burst out in one text, and in another text written by a totally different author that he hung himself, you try to unify those and say, oh, these two emails, they can't be incorrect. They have to be univocal, and I have to somehow put a tree out in the field, which was never described. There was no tree ever mentioned in either of the texts, but you manifest a physical object, a tree, so that he can hang in the field. When he went in the one text, when it said that he went straightway from the temple and hung himself, he could have hung himself anywhere inside of the city. You don't need a tree. You could have hung himself inside of his own room at an inn or at his house. He could have hung himself from anywhere. He could have hung himself from a building. He didn't need a tree. He was in the city in the exact sentence before. But what you're doing is you're taking one scripture that says this, and somebody who wrote something at a totally different time as a different author and said, well, he fell headlong in a field, and you have to, it's your mandate. It's in your head. You have to make it align. So you put something there that is nowhere in the text. There is no tree, and he did not hang himself and then fall headlong. But you got to make them univocal so you manifest these things.
All right, I'm not sure what you're arguing at this point. You seem to just be blabbling. No offense, but that was a word salad. Okay, for one, we do not believe words are univocal. In fact, I'm arguing they're not. I'm arguing that words can be used to display things like imagery, and to try to take the Bible and make metaphors and imagery stand on all four means you're either you don't know how to read literature, or you're biblically illiterate, or both.
I don't know how to read. He fell headlong in a field.
So no. So okay,
It
now we
just
want to talk about
escapes me.
Judas. Now we want to switch the topic. Let's
Okay.
stay where we are. When the Bible says that stars are falling, that
Oh, we're talking about
is
Judas.
purposeful. It is purposeful. We are saying that it was intentionally not suggesting that the literal stars will fall from the sky. We are suggesting that this is symbolic of some sort of upheaval. It's what's called apocalyptic language, and this was the case in the Old Testament. Not a literal astronomy or actual stars crashing to the earth. You made that mistake in the reading. The Bible authors didn't make that mistake. Christians haven't been making that mistake. Thomas Aquinas didn't make that mistake. You did.
Once they knew that these are stars, they don't make these mistakes. No.
First century,
You're
second
right.
century, third century, fourth century. This is before the modern telescope. So they knew it was literature before before we realized stars could not possibly hit the earth. They still rendered it as literature. I don't know why you're having a problem. I really don't. And by the way, those of you who think that because you're using literary devices, you cannot render actual history. In this case, this is prophecy. So it's going to be future history.
It doesn't matter what
you're
the
wrong.
text is. You do this with every
You're
one
wrong.
of them. Every single text.
Talk
If
to
it
an English
says it,
teacher. Okay.
If it says it, you decide whether it's literal or whether it's metaphorical based on whether modern science sees it as correct or incorrect. So what you're doing is you're moving it just like you put the tree out in the field. You move it along whatever line, as long as it's univocal, as long as it's non-contradictory, as long as it's inerrant. So, but you still never addressed why you make the tree in the field. Instead of rectifying that one person had one account of the death and one person had a totally different account. Why don't you just accept that they're two separate accounts and that they do not need to align? You instead, do you not create the tree out in the field to make sure that both of them are non-contradictory to one another?
I want to pin down if you even think that the Bible is the word of God, like a lot of Christians say.
I want to know why he switched the topic to now Judas's death, which I can destroy that one too as well.
I'm ready.
Like the first one. Just like the first one. So now why don't you just continue your critique now? You can no longer include the Bible with your critique about stars falling from heaven.
You are evasive as hell, Jill.
You evaded
evaded
my answer to the sun darkening and the stars falling, and now you want to talk about Judas, but I'm evading. So you
the sun literally darkens when they say that it literally darkens.
Who's cutting who off now? I think this is more like what happened on your stream, and we can go to the tapes and see this is exactly what happened on your stream, and you got upset and you kicked me. All right, it wasn't because I cut you off. You're the one cutting off.
Let me interrupt y'all for a minute, just a minute, and y'all doing fine. I'm gonna let Dane had a question. Jill, could you answer Dane's question real quick?
Yeah, sure. I would like to answer. I would like to.
You can go right on with the rest of your answer for SP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like Skeptical Philosophy to answer to the Quran now, or speak about the Quran, which is what he started to do, but he can no longer include the Bible with that ruse. But what was your question?
So, I mean, a lot of Christians will say that the Bible is the word of God. So I just want to know your stance on that. And
yes,
and
the Bible is the word of God.
You said yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so and then also earlier I said we all make presuppositions, and you said no, we don't. Then you went on to make presuppositions that they're using literary devices instead of being literal.
Mm-hmm. That's what we find when we actually look at the text or we read the text, the pattern that we find. So we're not going in presupposing that it has to be literal and talking about science. In fact, that's probably the silliest interpretation that I could ever think of, that they're even trying to render things like stars falling from the sky. Obviously, they're using hyperbole, what's called apocalyptic language. And usually they use this during wartime to scare the enemies. Our arrows will blot out the sun, if you're familiar with the movie 300. One of my favorite. That is a use of hyperbole during war or apocalyptic
that is a good movie.
language.
Yes, good movie.
Yeah. So to take that and try to twist it into a wooden literal fashion just means you're either, illiterate or you don't understand. Literary. You're not illiterate in the sense of you can't read, but you don't understand literature or language that's used in literature, or you just have it out for the Bible.
Are those the only options, or is it that if you're coming from the stance of the Bible was written by the all-knowing God, that there should be no mistakes in there? Because for me, if
there
you're not
taking mistakes, the only mistake is the atheist who can't read literature. That's the only mistake.
Well, let's be clear.
So God wrote
47,000 Christian religions exist, and they are divided because they have different interpretations. So it's not just an atheist problem. Let us not pretend it is.
Your problem. It's your problem, and we found out your problem. You don't know how to read literature, so.
And nor do those 47,000 Christian denominations that aren't yours.
There aren't 47,000, but we would show me the list, and I'll give you $1,000. Okay, so we would suggest that you need help with learning how to read literature. Okay, because the Bible is written in a fashion in which you do need to understand some sort of. You do have to have some knowledge about literary devices and how they work.
Okay.
This is hand waving, is all it is.
Wait a minute,
you don't understand literature. That's all it is. You're
You're
not representing why
just
it is.
Proved you didn't.
Hey, we're all adults.
By
We all
saying
can
it?
read. We all can read. Like if Jill, maybe if you think that we're not reading something correctly, if you could provide us with maybe the process that you're thinking that we should use to do that,
Mhm.
it would be better than I understand that you teach literature and stuff. That's awesome. I love that because I love reading. But like if you do think that there is something that we're failing to do when we read this text, I think it would be more helpful maybe if you tell us what the correct process is, maybe or something. And do you think so? Could you do that?
Oh yeah, yeah. But you're just going to say it's an apologetic. Well, then, what apologetic led you to read this in a wooden literal fashion?
Why can't you just answer the question?
Well, I'm
You're
going to stay out of the
pre-evading.
debate actually, except for just I'm not going to get in
Right.
the middle of it. So yeah, you go.
Right. So that's the point, right? What apologetic led you to say that this is a wooden literal rendering of stars falling from the sky?
Jill,
So,
she asked you such a simple question. What
yeah,
is
yeah,
it that
I'm
we need to
answering.
interpret
I'm
differently?
trying to answer, but you're cutting me off, like usual. So the problem is that the solution to that would be, okay, well, let's hear it out. Let's hear out what your rendering might be,
Mhm.
and each person can come to their own decision as to what's the correct, what makes sense, what's more than likely the case. When it comes to, I have this argument with old Earth and young Earth creationists. My interpretation, I think, is more likely the case. It's more than likely Moses was not trying to render any of those scientific understandings of the world. It's more than likely that's not the case. More than likely, he's trying to communicate in a way in which these people who were wholly illiterate would understand. And the best way to teach is through memory. So he associates the fact that God created everything with the days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, happy days. Wednesday, Thursday. You still remember that for a reason,
Mhm.
because that's just the way the brain works. So, more than likely, that is what Moses was doing. More than likely, I would say, now you may disagree because you have a different understanding of how to read. When someone says in a apocalyptic literature book of Revelation, which is filled with this, like, it's obvious this is not to be taken literal. But anyway, but you would say that stars are literal stars. Okay, then we sit down and we have discussions like this, and hopefully you see it my way. But if you don't, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, it's either one of two things, in my opinion. Either you have it out for the Bible, because you don't even read Shakespeare like this. You don't dare do that to Shakespeare, ever. But you do that to the Bible. So obviously, I think
Shakespeare's
you
not
just have
claiming to be
something out against the
the
Bible, in my opinion.
Shakespeare
Shake.
doesn't use the terminology that you're talking about anyway. It doesn't use it in some
Yes, he does.
hyperbole in that way.
Yes,
No,
he
it
does.
doesn't use the specific terminology of fallen stars. I'm not saying that he doesn't use hyperbole.
He uses his own hyperbole, but it may
Sure,
not be falling stars, but he does.
hyperbole
Iago,
is used.
Desdemona, and the king are the beast of two backs. What does that mean?
Okay. I said he uses hyperbole. I have no question on the subject
He uses
of whether he
imagery as
uses
well. This is
hyperbole.
imagery, and the Bible is using imagery, and so does Shakespeare. The beast
Okay,
of
but
two
he's not
backs. That's
making
imagery.
fact claims in there. He's telling stories
the,
that are not true stories.
the beast of two backs. What does that mean?
No, I don't know. I'm not highly
Okay.
familiar with Shakespeare.
It means they had sex. So he's using the imagery. He's using an imagery. Imagery is designed to paint a picture in the reader's
Mhm.
head. Okay.
Okay.
So this is how they communicated, especially in ancient times. So whose interpretation makes the most sense? I would say mine does. Not
Many
yours.
of these interpretations, though, Jill, they're interpreted by people at a later time, back and forward, such as we get people, New Testament writers that refer to Adam as if Adam was an actual person. And we even have one of the lineages that track Jesus's lineage all the way back to Adam. So when you're talking about this and you're saying, oh, that the 7-day creation and all, that it's not literal, that's fine and dandy. Even Josephus didn't think, that it's a literal thing. But there are writers that treat it as if it's real, and they talk about an actual real Adam and a Cain. So I think that people are back and forward as to who is writing about this, but we're getting way off of the tangent that you completely and utterly dodged earlier, and that was the field. How do you rectify, if you even try to rectify, or do you just say they're two contradictory accounts of the death of Judas?
Well, I dodged to go back to your first point that you dodged to make the second. So, and then you made a third point just now, or a third accusation. So this is quite typical. So to answer you on the Judas issue, the
Mhm.
Judas, there's no contradiction here, because only one passage of the two in question give you the death of Judas. The other does not give you the death of Judas.
So he hanged himself for fun? Was it just some erotic asphyxiation thing?
He didn't hang himself. But the text does not say he hung himself. That is
He
not.
went straightway and hung himself. It doesn't say that. Once he left the temple.
The text does not say. All right, let's pull up the text. What I would recommend is that you get a Bible that you can sort of do like a parallel, like side by side. So when someone says there is a contradiction in the Bible, you can actually read the two passages side by side and see that they're not contradicting. They're actually
Okay.
complementing each other.
Hmm.
Okay, so one of the two does not mention how Judas dies.
Mhm.
Okay, so there can't be a contradiction if only one of the two. They can't be a contradiction on how Jesus dies if only one of the
Judas.
two records how Judas dies. Right?
He hung himself. Did he hang himself for erotic asphyxiation, or what did he hang himself for?
Okay, he hung himself and now he's dead. That's
Mhm.
one version, or that's one story telling you
Right.
he hung himself or that he killed himself by hanging.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So where's the contradiction?
He fell headlong in a field and his guts burst out. In
Is
the
that
other
how
one.
he died?
Well, I don't know if either one said that he died. It was implied in both when it said he hung himself. I don't think it said he died in the one that he hung himself.
It didn't
Throwing
say
down
he-
the pieces of silver in the temple, he departed and went and hanged himself, as in Matthew 27:5.
Right. Okay. So he hung himself after portraying Jesus.
Mhm.
Okay.
After the silver. Yeah.
Right. So and neither does it say that that's how he died.
That's why I'm asking you, do you think he didn't die after he hung himself?
Well, let's look at the text. He went and hung himself, and it doesn't say that he died.
Correct. It does not. Would you say
So
that
why
it's
are you
implied,
saying
or did I just I'm sorry, I thought we could interpret things, and that's like the symbology, and like that's the what did you call it earlier? That's like the imagery that it's creating when he went and hung himself, that it's creating the imagery that he killed himself.
Well, this isn't imagery here, but
Oh,
I could tell. But um, again, if in neither passage speaks of him dying, why do you have on your bullet list contradiction about how Judas dies? Can you answer
because
that?
both of them imply that he died when his guts burst out of his body.
Okay, but
I assume someone dies when that happens.
Okay, well, all right. Let's try to reason through this rationally,
Okay.
slowly. All right. So you read Matthew 27. Okay, this is just using reason and logic, and you said you concluded Jesus died by hanging. True?
Correct.
As the imagery.
He went
Someone
and hung
hangs
himself.
more than likely they're dead.
Right.
Okay. All right. Then you read Acts 18, and you read that he fell, and that his insides gushed out, basically. And then you concluded, even though the text doesn't say, you concluded, well, he died by falling.
And his guts bursting out.
Right. So right. So you have two accounts, and in both accounts you assumed, even though the text doesn't tell you that's how he died, you assumed in both accounts that it is rendering how he died. Okay? That's your presupposition that you went in. You didn't read that into the text.
I'm not getting that out of the visualization now like you were. I'm just presupposing.
You read that into both texts. Okay. So since you're reading into both texts that he died, we can suggest that he did not die in both cases. That he only died in one case.
Oh, I say he didn't die in either. Then that you have to presuppose that he died in one.
It also makes the most sense because no one survives a hanging. So he died after he hung himself, and then but his body still remained. Then his body fell and burst open. His bowels gushed out. And scholars have suggested that what happened to Judas is what would likely happen to someone who's hanging in the hot desert, field. They would begin bloating. Their body would literally begin to, because of the sun, would begin to roast and bloat. And that's why when he fell, it probably wasn't that high of a fall, but because of the bloating, that's why his bowels gushed out.
Okay, and what I'm telling you is all of that is being read into the scripture because you want it to be univocal, and
just
only
like
because
you read
of that.
God by hanging into both texts, right?
Gotcha. Right. So
Gotcha.
which one is a larger stretch? That a person died when they hung themselves,
yes,
or that we have to make this? Okay, that seems like the imagery is there, right? That they died and then when it says they fell headlong in a field and their guts burst out, it seems like the imagery is there that they died. Right?
But your assumption was what? What was your
hold on just a minute, y'all. Hold on just a minute. Dane, I think your mic is making that noise again.
Yeah.
But your assumption was what? That in both instances, the author was trying to communicate that this is how he died. That was your presupposition you went into. Instead of just trying to harmonize the text, you went
trying to harmonize. There you go.
We heard it here.
We heard it here. You have to try to harmonize.
Again.
You want it to be true.
Again. You went in assuming both authors are intending to communicate the same thing. Okay, and then you read that into both texts, trying to tell us about how he died. Acts is also trying to tell us how he died. That's where you got your contradiction from. Okay, that can easily happen, and that's 99% of your contradictions are along those lines.
Yeah, well, here's where you're wrong. It actually said that is why it became known as the field, the Potter's Field, is because he did die there. So we know that he died where his guts burst out.
Show me that.
That's the following verse.
That's where because that's where he died. That's why it's known as the field.
I don't know that it said that's why he died.
So again, you're trying to change the text so that it says that he died.
Hey,
you're making the text like that he didn't die in this one. He died in that one because we have to make him univocal. You act as if you're not presupposing, Jill, but this is a lie, and I think you know that it's a lie. I really do. I think you know.
He died twice doesn't make any sense.
Hey,
two different accounts. It's two different.
Let me jump in, y'all. We need to let Dane maybe get a word in, and then Jill Titan has a question. Can you see the screen? It's pinned on the screen, and I had a question for you. If you want to address that, can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
A literature teacher? No, I don't consider myself. I consider myself a math teacher because that's where my concentration is. But because of my profession, I have to teach everything.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that was probably just a little bit of his, I think the question was like a little further on into the sentence.
Oh, okay, all right. In Shakespeare,
Titan would never be snarky.
Oh, this is a question about Henry.
Something about if you can mock a leek or something.
You can eat a leek. I don't have to look that one up. I don't remember. It was so long ago when I read Henry. Actually, that's not even one of my favorites. I love Othello because there's a black guy in Othello, and I'm black, and I love. I'm just joking. And Hamlet. Hamlet's my favorite. But thanks for the question. Thanks for the question. But
all right.
Ask me a math question. I'll be able to help you if you ask me a math question. Right? I'm not an expert in literature, but I do know how to recognize a metaphor and imagery. I do not recognize that.
So there's that verse that says, God cannot lie, for he is not a man that he shall not lie, or some shit like that. I forget the exact number, but then you have the other verse that says, God is not the author of confusion. Okay, and if you try to reconcile that with the claim that the supposed all-knowing God authored the Bible, then these claims do not add up to each other, because there's all kinds of confusing shit in the Bible. And if the all-knowing God authored the Bible, he would know the most streamlined, parsimonious way to convey information. But that is not what we get. We get all kinds of,
Metaphors, similes, imagery, things that God would expect an adult to understand.
no. I would say for me, a true believer would take the Bible literally. That there's plenty of Christians out there that take the Bible completely literally, everything in it. And let's get back to all the different denominations. Sure, there might not be 40-something thousand, but there's at least 100.
Yeah, let's not jump around too much. Like, and I would say, I just want to say that it's like, I think most Christians do not think that God actually physically wrote the Bible. I don't think. I think that most Christians probably consider that it's like inspired by God or narrated.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. But they'll play some kind of shell game. They'll play some kind of shell game. Between inspiring it, actually wrote it himself. So it's a spectrum of authorship.
No, it's inspired. It's inspired by humans. Humans like to use metaphors and imagery and symbolism. We just like to do that. We like doing those things, even when we talk about God. What's the problem? The problem is you. It's not the Bible.
But you said that God wrote the Bible.
Everyone else that disagrees with your translation.
He used humans to write the Bible. Humans used metaphors, similes, hyperbole, fables. We write in a way in which we communicate. That's the way we, over history, time has shown that's the way we communicate. What's the problem with the Bible doing that? The problem is you. You won't go to school and learn how to read the Bible. You just complain about it having metaphors. That's not God's fault.
No, I got no problem with metaphors. The problem is when the claim comes that the all-knowing God, in one way or another, authored the Bible.
That's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow because God is the author that it has to limit itself in the use of literary devices. That just doesn't follow.
So my point is that the all-knowing God obviously did not author the Bible. It's fine to use metaphors. It's fine to have contradictions when it is written by man.
There's no contradictions, and it is fine to use metaphors. So the problem again is you and your understanding of the text. That's not God's fault. He's not going to communicate the way you want him to communicate. Then you would be God, and he wouldn't.
I am God.
I understand that.
I am God. We all are. We're all God. Thank you.
That. That's why you think you can dictate how God should communicate in Scripture. God uses metaphors,
the irony,
skeptical philosophy.
The gaslighting. You're telling me that I'm dictating it while you're sitting there dictating it. It's hilarious.
And I'll teach him how to read and understand that, when the Bible speaks about things falling from the sky, that it doesn't necessarily mean,
it's visual. But whenever the person's killing themselves, that's different. Then we have to make sure it's univocal and then it's not disagreeing. Yeah, it's not visual.
One is in Revelation, which is a text filled with hyperbole, metaphors, similes. Any scholar could tell you this. The other is a historical account in an actual gospel. So,
well, it has to be a vision, doesn't it?
The difference,
Lil. Obviously, it has to be a vision because it's in Revelation. We already know that it's a vision. That's not a question.
It's hyperbole.
He uses the terminology of stars falling to the ground, which cannot happen. We don't use a hyperbole of a thing that it cannot happen. But this is a tangent. It has nothing to do with what you did with the Book of Revelation or with Judas in the field. What you did is you bait and switch so quick. You use the idea that, you have to see it as the symbology and you have to see the tones that are being set. And then when we see the tones being set in both that he killed himself, well, it doesn't mean that now, because now it has to be univocal and it has to be non-contradictory. And that's what's most
important. Where do you see him killing himself in either text? You admitted that's
he
not
hung himself. He
Where
hung
did it say
himself.
that's how he died? In either text, it does not say that's how. This is
So
how Judas
where do
died.
you how do you in one decide that you use the visualization in one and the other one that you
I'm not
don't
using
use
any
that?
visualization
So what is it that
because
he's
one
saying
happened
that he hung
before the
himself? Is he
because
just
one
doing that
Hey, wait a
happened
minute.
before
symbolistically?
the other.
Jill, SP, hold on a minute, y'all. Dane, I muted your mic. If you want to say something, if you'll just like stick your thumb up or hand up or something and wave at me, I'll unmute you, okay? Because that noise is like really bad. But okay, sorry. I hate to interrupt y'all, but I didn't want
It's
to
all
think I
good.
was muting him so he couldn't talk anymore.
So basically, it's common sense dictates, since we don't have any of the two texts saying that this is how Judas died, we don't assume either. We can. It's safe to assume, and maybe you assume something different, that hanging yourself, which is what happened first, would be how he died. He didn't hang himself, survive for 3 days, and then fall and then die.
These
So
are
this
two
is just
different
common
writers, Jill.
sense.
No, it's not. It is 100% not common sense.
Tell me,
These are
okay,
two different writers. If
tell
a
me how
person
you figured.
falls,
Well, tell me without assuming how he died in both cases, that the text does not literally say how he died in either case. So tell me how this walk me through it. Judas hangs himself. What happens? Walk me through it.
he dies. A
Okay,
person
then
hangs himself,
thank
he
you. You
dies.
agree with my
Okay.
interpretation.
Okay. All
Then.
right. Now
So
let's
why
do
are you
this one. Are you
arguing
ready?
with me?
A
Thank
person
you.
falls headlong in a field. What
Thank
does he
you.
do? And his guts burst out. He dies. Both of them, he dies. You're trying to make them a single event. And there's no reason to think that one writer just doesn't have a different account of how one died. You're trying to make the hanging and the guts bursting out at the same time, and that's just you're forcing that to be univocal. You want it to be that it's not contradictory, so you make it non-contradictory. And many people like you put a tree out there in the field so that they can make both events happen simultaneously because they have a desire for both events to happen simultaneously. You want them to not be contradictory, but when he left from putting down the silver, he could have hung himself anywhere. He did not need to go to a field. He could have hung himself in his room. He was in the city. The temple was right inside of the city. But the other account says that he went and fell headlong in a field, said nothing about a rope, said nothing about hanging whatsoever. Never mentioned a rope, never mentioned a tree, never mentioned hanging, mentioned one thing, falling in the field and his guts bursting out. You want them to be non-contradictory, so you force them to be.
Thank you for helping our argument. You agree with our interpretation that it makes the most sense that he would not have possibly survived hanging to then fall headlong and then die a second time. Okay, so the best interpretation, as we both agreed to, I don't know why you've gone on this rant for no reason, is that since neither text tells us directly this is how Judas died, the most plausible solution is both texts are describing not how he died, but one is describing his death and the other is describing what happened after his body remained hanging.
There's no reason to think that except you want that to be non-contradictory.
Okay, there's no reason to think that in both cases that the author is trying to render how Judas dies, since there is no literal.
Acts was not written along with the other book.
Since there's no literal text rendering saying how this
Acts is a standalone book. So people reading Acts when originally did not have access to. That's correct. It is a standalone book. It did not have.
Come on, man, hang it up, bro. It's over. Hang this one up, bro.
Wait a minute.
Lil, I know that you know you're being dishonest. I mean, I know that you know what you're doing.
Yeah, let me finish the thing. Let Dane get in here, and Jill Titan posted you a math question.
What?
Which I was told there would be no math, so I don't do math.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. I need a pen and paper now. Come on, man. Give me a.
Okay.
I need a pen and paper for that. Is that?
Yeah, you don't have. You're not required to answer it because I.
Hold on, let me get it. Let me get a pen and paper. I'll do it.
I'm not forcing math on anybody.
I'm not a genius. I'm not one of those, kids that can probably do this in their head. I've seen kids do these things in their head, but I'm not one of them. But yeah, again, I think the rather than just assuming the author's intention in both cases, I think a more plausible solution is to suggest that this is just describing not the same time. Actually, we know it's not describing the same time because the time of Judas hanging or the time where he fell was much, much more later, maybe a day or two later. Some scholars suggest. So we know the author is not giving us the same scene. But maybe this is Act One, and then the actual falling, the hanging is Act One, and the actual falling is Act Two. So, like I said earlier, this 99% of the atheists' so-called contradictions are along the same assumption, along the same lines. They assume that the author going in, both authors going in, are trying to mirror each other. They're trying to tell you the exact point of how Judas died. But we just saw that that might not be the case. But that is your assumption. Your assumption going in
Sure.
is the text
Okay,
is these two texts are trying to tell us how Judas died.
Hold on. One thing though, I just wanted to mention it because what you just suggested is so strange, because now Acts is saying something that is superfluous in an after the fact, because you're saying Act One that he already died. So now Acts as a standalone book by itself is just making the assertion that then the rope broke basically and that he fell. Like it's not even saying that he died in the scene, that it's just saying basically that his body fell, is what you're
Yes.
suggesting. That's a superfluous fact that would not be mentioned.
No.
There's no
right,
reason
let
to
me-
mention
quickly.
that.
Let
Let
me
me
tell
get-
you why.
let me
There
get-
is a reason. Because what happens to your body was very important to the ancient people. So there
Yeah.
would often be stories, not just about how you died, but what happened to your body after you died. So it does make sense
Where
that
else
there
you
would
got
be
that?
there would be an account as to what happened to Judas's body, because what happened to your body was an indication of where you would go in the afterlife. So you
All right,
lost.
let's let Dane say something for just a minute. I've got him muted and I'm having to unmute him. You maybe Gio, you can work out your math problem there if you're going to do it. I don't know, or you can tell Titan that,
Well, let me go get a pen and paper. I'll work it
or
out
he
for
can
you.
take his, or you can tell him to take his math and go home, or whatever you want to do. I don't know. I was told there would be no math. Well, I meant Dane. Then let's just try Dane, if you want to, kind of try to stay on topic with them. You know what I mean? That way, Gio isn't being like pulled around to too many topics at once. We got Titan making him do math. But your
Can you hear
mic
me?
making terrible noise. Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, we can stay on topic, but I just want to switch gears on the contradictions, because there are two totally different accounts of who killed Goliath, and one of them, David kills Goliath, but in another one, a totally different person kills Goliath. So I was really wanting to hear how Jill reconciles this one. So does Goliath? Does David kill Goliath, and then he gets resurrected and he gets killed again? I really want to hear your reconciliation on this one. I don't have the verses right here in front of me, but that's one that I remembered from the list of contradictions.
We're going to have to clone Jill. I tried to get some more theists to come in here to help. But
If there's someone in the comment section that could pull the exact verses up, they're short verses, but there's two totally different accounts of who kills Goliath, and I would just really love to hear Jill's reconciliation of those.
Oh, another contradiction, huh?
Yeah, but I'll try to find them in a minute. I forget. Now I don't know. Now your mic's not making that. Or I've got you muted. You're muted. Okay.
I can mute myself when I'm not talking.
Who killed Goliath? You mean
Okay.
the giant Goliath?
Yeah, he says that there's
There's two totally different
on who,
accounts.
like,
One of them says David kills Goliath, and another one says someone else kills Goliath. I forget the name, but it claims that two totally different people killed Goliath. So I was just wanting to know how you reconcile that one.
I've never actually heard. I think that might be.
Can someone pull that up? I don't have. my
Scribal
notes.
error, maybe? Is that like a scribal error, perhaps?
It's two totally different names of who killed Goliath.
Right, but oftentimes with these contradictions, what skeptics will do without telling you, the unsuspecting atheist on the internet, is they'll try to take an extant manuscript, like a surviving manuscript that has uh, a variant or has a different reading, and they'll say, "See, this contradicts the KJV or another translation." So they'll take the NIV and try to make it contradict the KJV. Um, but there's a problem with that approach is that neither translation is the uh, mother copy. So, um, yeah, I'm interested in hearing what the issue is here.
If I go to look it up on my phone, it'll kick me off the.
I pulled it up. I pulled it up, and I'll show it to you in just a minute. I'll pull it up here. I've got it on my other screen. But I'll wait till.
So it's either one
ready?
of two things.
Are you ready?
It's either.
Yeah, well, I've got it pulled up, so I can show it to you. Let's see what it is, what it says right here.
Okay. Well, it's either one of two issues. It's either a textual context or a variant, or this is another one of the atheist is assuming, or the skeptic is assuming the author's intention to render
Can y'all
the same.
see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
It
yeah.
says,
So what do we? Well, let's first deal with the presuppositions that may be underlying.
I'm gonna get. Well, wait a minute, Jill. I'm just gonna give you just the two verses, okay? And then it says one is in 1 Samuel 17, which credits David with a sling and a stone, and then 2 Samuel 21:19 states that Ethanon, a soldier under David, killed Goliath. So that's just the two verses. I mean, so, and then there's the harmonization, the competing and the harmonization of them, I guess.
Y'all have dove into some deep water. I'm going to tell y'all right now. There's scholarship on this subject and whole books written on it. And some of the older texts in this subject wind up making this out to be Goliath's brother, not Goliath. So, and then there's this idea that maybe this was more of a last name, but there is similarity in visualization that he has a spear that is like that of a weaver's something. I forget the name of it, but I think that you have some very old text on this subject, and I think you are getting into one that is going to be a very difficult and not as solid contradiction, to be honest, just because you're going to need more scholarly consensus and.
I would agree. I would agree with that. Like, you have to, especially in the Old Testament, you have to read back because there's a lot of, you have to know a lot of,
Well, either way, that would still stand as proof that the all-knowing God did not author the Bible.
But I don't think most Christians claim though that God did the physical writing. So like men did, and I think like most Christians, I would say, in my Christian hat on, I would have said, men wrote this. They'd make mistakes, like they sometimes scribal errors or whatever. And
but
important to deal with.
He said that he believed that God wrote the Bible.
Well, that's why it's important. I could see from these conversations that I've been having for years, and the one I had earlier today, that the problem is us. The problem is not God communicating. It's us rendering the text and understanding what the text is communicating, and that's not an easy task. Understanding that these texts were written thousands of years ago, but yeah, the author or the atheist here, the skeptic here, went into the text once again. They love doing this with Samuel and Chronicles, assuming that the author is speaking about the same event when they're not. Okay, we would say they are not speaking about.
Well, wait a minute. Dane's not an atheist. I will say.
No, I'm saying this is a common
Okay. All right.
thing where the authors are not intending to communicate the same things.
You can't have the same event.
Making them the same event.
Jill, you can't have two separate events of killing the same person. There can't be the first time you killed him and the second time.
The text here is missing the words "brother of." This is the brother of, as someone just explained to you. Elahon killed Goliath's brother, not Goliath.
Yeah, the brother of is not in the original older text. This is why I said that you're going to need to get more scholarly things, because now modern versions say the brother of, but this is entirely interpolation to try to fix an older problem.
The ESV has the brother of in First Chronicles 20.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I know that all Trinitarians run to the ESV.
Yeah.
But I mean, you go to older text, you go to even to the Septuagint. I don't think you're going to see brother of. You're definitely not going to see it in the older Hebrew text.
That's the Calvinist Bible. This is the brother is there in the original Greek as well. If you go to a interlinear Bible, you'll see it's there in the interlinear Bible. So it's in the original Greek. Some translations during the transmission of the text, that happens. There are thousands of translations, thousands of lines of transmission that in different areas of the world. They don't all communicate. They don't all look at each other when they're copying. That happens. But in the original, in the earliest manuscripts we have, we find the brother is there. This is the brother of Goliath. There's no contradiction.
Go ahead and tell them how you reconcile the two different reported times of Jesus' death. That one was hilarious. One of them says
because the assumption was going in that the text is trying to render you're doing it again, that both texts are trying to render the time that Judas died. Did the same thing. Same thing here. 99% of your contradictions are along this line. That's how I'm able to easily debunk all of them. Show you that you're making those presuppositions.
I don't think you've debunked any. You've made the assertion that we're making presuppositions and that you're not. That's just an assertion of. But if you're saying that contradictions are not there, that everyone else clearly sees are there, then you're presupposing there can't be contradictions.
Did you not admit in the case of Judas's death that nowhere in either text does it say this is how Judas died? You assumed this is how Judas died because of what was described. True or false? Okay.
Yeah, his guts burst
you're
out.
The one that
we assume
making
he dies.
Assumption. Don't make an ass out of yourself by assuming when you read the Bible. Okay, that's a rule.
Yet you can assume that this is imagery and that it's not literal, and you do that, and it's not presupposing. When you do it, it's not presupposing.
Yeah, I can assume that because that's.
But when we see a person get hung, or their guts burst out,
when someone gets hung, they die.
Okay, right? And when their guts burst out, they die.
Why are you assuming the author is describing his death in the second instance?
Why are you assuming that it's not? He said that Judas fell headlong in the field.
Right, but it doesn't say that's how that's how he died. So then common sense would dictate.
No, it does not. No, univocal
okay, so then common sense
would dictate.
So then I have to go back to my common sense. Since the text is not literally rendering the text the way I want it to, this is how he died. I have to use my common sense and say, more than likely, he died after hanging.
More than likely,
people don't survive hangings.
Two different people that weren't there on either occasion got it wrong.
I don't then assume then that to try to make them contradict that the second author must have forgot about him hanging himself and just decided, I'm just going to write a story about his death. Judas fell. He fell from what? He fell from he was hanging.
That's how he fell headlong in the field. It never said.
How did he fall? He just tripped.
He just fell. That's correct. He fell headlong in the field. You're pushing stuff into the text. You're pushing it in there. Right. You're adding to the Bible, just like y'all act like you're not supposed to do, but you add to it when you need to make your story line up.
So I think people rational people are looking.
No reasonable person comes to that conclusion that the rope broke, even though it never mentioned the rope.
So I think rational and reasonable people, Darklight, are looking at this conversation and saying, yeah, that is the more silly interpretation, that he just fell. He was walking down
the poll up and see if that's what the most rational interpretation.
Maybe he was wearing 2 left shoes that day.
Can we go back to the time that Jesus died? Because the death of Jesus, okay, this is your main character, right? You would think that people who witnessed it, and these are supposedly witnesses who both witnesses the death of Jesus. One said it was at 9 o'clock in the morning. The other one said it was in the afternoon. Those are two totally different times given for the death. Please give us your reconciliation of that.
Why did you come on my channel with the 99 and plus one contradictions? And I can help you with them all. Okay, this is an easy one.
I want
to under a different time schedule or time system. So one is written in a later period where a different time system is being used. So it's rendered. It would be tantamount to me, us writing a story about 9/11, but you're writing it from California. So you would say 6 o'clock. I would say 9 because I was in New York. So that's what's going on.
But the problem is the death of Jesus wasn't televised like the Twin Towers coming down. The problem is that these two accounts supposedly came from eyewitnesses that were at the same place at the same
time. One at a time, buddy. One at a time. Relax. Take a deep breath. Your first objection was what? That it happened that it wasn't televised. That's irrelevant. It still happened at a specific time, right? Whether it was televised or not. So that's what we call an irrelevant factoid or red herring. You're trying to distract. Maybe not purposely.
You're the one trying to distract with the Twin Towers thing with you got different time zones.
Well, no, that's just an analogy to show you that an event happened during a specific time. But when we say what time did it happen, if you're in California because you're under a different time zone or a different time system, you'll say 6 o'clock. I would say 9 o'clock. Is that a contradiction?
It's a contradiction when the accounts are coming from two supposed eyewitnesses. That's where the contradiction comes in on that one.
We both are eyewitnesses. We both saw the event happen. We both saw it. I watched it on my television. You watched it on your television. What time was it when it happened?
But I'm the one bringing in red herrings.
What time was it when it happened?
The gaslighting is real. I'm talking about. Okay,
ladies and gentlemen. So the Roman system was different. They counted things a little bit differently. So when the text is rendering it that way, it's doing it to an audience that would understand. This is California time. Okay, so that's why it's written in that way. It's not a contradiction.
You have two totally different times from supposed eyewitnesses that were at the same time and place witnessing the same event, which is the death of Jesus.
What time did 9/11 happen? The same time it happened, but yet you say it happened at 6 a.m. I say it happened at 9 a.m.
Not if we were both at the site of it happening. If we were both in New York City, we would be saying that at the same time.
So they're not at the exactly. So these two individuals, these two writers are not at the same. They're not at both in New York. One is writing under a different system. So therefore, he's using a different or time scale.
That's just nonsense.
So you put them both in the same room. This is the same problem you have with all your dumb contradictions. You put the two authors in the same room as if they're copying from each other. That's not the case.
Dane, I don't know, that mic is just, that's driving me crazy.
That's
I don't know why it's doing that.
That's just absolutely silly. That's absolutely nonsense. You're going with the time where an event happened, and it's not like people from different time zones. Anyone that's seen the event happen would have used the time at the location where it happened, and they observed it happen. So this is Christian Apologetics 101. Divert, make excuses for and reasons for contradictions, and act like they're completely univocal with one another. It's nonsense. They said two different times. But let me tell you what happened with when he was writing to somebody on this that wrote to Eusebius about this in about 324. And I was trying to find the book to see where it was written at. When he wrote to Eusebius about this, Eusebius told him to disregard the timing in Mark, because the Mark timing was of the long ending. And he said the long ending isn't in the majority of older manuscripts. So he said you can discard one of those times completely. He didn't make up any nonsense like you're hearing made up right now about different time zones and different, ways that people are recording it. He just said flatly dismiss Mark. It's not in the oldest manuscripts. So there's no contradiction here. Use the other one. Don't use Mark. So what you're doing is just, it's so horrible, but this is what y'all do to make sure that you have to assume in advance that there can be no contradictions, and then you can do anything you want to do to make sure that there are no contradictions. It's the cognitive dissonance is amazing.
I wanted you guys to hear his explanation of that, because that shit had me cracking up the other night.
Yeah, the atheist skeptics make the same mistake with the crucifixion. When was Jesus crucified? Or excuse me, the resurrection. Was he risen on the third day, or the fourth day, or the fifth day? They just misunderstand that this is not written in your day or your time. So to answer your question, your long question, I'll try to answer. I can't answer to all of them, but I'll just try to crush one of your Gish Gallop. John was writing to people who were under the Roman system. So even though he was there with Jesus, he is still appealing to the people who he's writing to. Know your audience. So that's all John is doing. That's why he says the 6th hour instead of the 3rd. Okay.
So now you're shifting the goalposts from different time zones to now he's just catering. So if you're describing an event that happened,
no. The time zone was just an analogy. It wasn't suggesting that they were dealing with time zones back then or time zone differences. It was just an analogy to show you that I can be talking about the same event but use a time designation or different time designation.
But if you're describing something that you saw happen, you're going to describe it when you saw it, not when you think the people that's hearing about it is going to hear about it. That seems disgusting.
Well, the Roman system is starts today at midnight. So since the Roman system starts today at midnight, it wouldn't make sense to say that this happened on the 3rd hour. So again, in Roman time, it would have made more sense for him to say what he said. So I don't have a problem with that. If he's talking to a Jewish audience, they would understand, Mark to say the 3rd hour. They would understand that.
If he's talking to a Jewish audience, they would call Jesus a blasphemer and a heretic for claiming to be God, and they would have killed him like they did.
Yeah. Did you know that the Jewish system, the day starts at sunrise, not midnight? Did you know that? Or no?
No, I don't know. That's the first time I've heard that, but I got some Jewish friends I can ask about that.
Okay. Well, then that would explain why there's a difference there, because there's a different understanding of when the day even begins. So if you want to render the story correctly, you would. If I wanted to render the story correctly, and I'd go back to the time zones, but again, this isn't time zones. I might not say. I might say when the sun went down. That might have been better, perhaps. You think that would have been more clear?
So first it was the Romans that had different time periods. Now it's the Jewishes that had different time periods from everyone else. And all these people are living in the same world together. The Jews and the Romans and the Christians are all sharing the same world. They're all sharing the exact same timetable. But that's fine. I mean, that's fine. I just wanted everyone to hear your explanation of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the most common explanation, is that the authors use different methods for measuring time.
It sounds like you're presupposing that they're even using real time instead of just metaphorical time.
Real time instead of, what is metaphorical time?
Yeah. You have metaphorical time. You didn't know about metaphorical time?
Let me just, I just want to make sure that Jill doesn't feel like that he's being ganged up on.
No, he's just getting a contradiction proven to him. That's different. I saw someone
when you go through them one by one like that, and just not, it's when he's been arguing, I guess, against a lot of people for all day. So I don't know, but
well, that's no contradiction was proven, but you did make a good a valiant effort with the hour there, with the 6 hour, the 3 hour. In your understanding of how things should be rendered, I would understand that mistake. But John is written much later. He's dealing with a different audience, so that would make sense that he would use a different time scale.
Yeah, it makes sense now that you need it to be univocal. The only reason I mentioned that is you had two different examples. When you originally you had a different one, and then you shifted it. It doesn't matter, whatever it is, as long as they're not.
What was my first one?
That's the main one.
What was my first? What was the second one?
Well, your second one was that John is using a different time, that Romans is using it. Your first one was that different people in different locations would have had different times. So the different locations.
No, that was
times. And then
that was an analogy that didn't have a one-to-one correspondence. So I used time zones.
Why are you giving us analogies? We wanted an explanation
to help you understand that you could have in speaking. Someone can be speaking about the same event in two different ways, two different perspectives. That's all. One is used in this case.
Someone back then could not have been talking about a different time zone when they saw. I wasn't
okay. In this case, it's not time zone again. So you're being dishonest. I use an analogy, but it's not to draw a one-to-one correspondence. So no, we're not talking about time zones here. I said that several times. So,
but if you didn't know the answer, why even give an analogy? What you were trying to do was show that it can be univocal and non-contradictory because you wanted your aim to be that. So you gave an explanation of what it could be.
Okay. Again,
because you showed, Jill, you showed your hand that there are explanations for it to be univocal, even if you don't know those univocal explanations. That there are explanations, and then you moved around them to a little bit until you settled on one that made them non-contradictory. But I mean, you wanted them to be non-contradictory to start with, so you just shifted around until they are.
Okay, so you don't know what an analogy is either. So you don't know what a metaphor is, simile, hyperbole, any of those things. So an analogy does not have to have a one-to-one corresponding, or does not have to have one-to-one corresponding event. So, or details. All right. So when I use that analogy, I was using that analogy just to show this, only to show this, if that'll help, only to show that you can have two authors talking about the same event from two perspectives, different perspectives. In this case, it's time zones.
Now your mic is making some kind of noise. I don't know. I may have turned you
I think he's just a little close to it.
I turned him up while ago a little bit. So now try it.
Is that what were you saying? My mic was too loud, or
your mic up while ago a little bit, and I may have turned it up too much.
It was a little breathy.
Yeah, it was making a. Yeah, it was like when you would. It was making a noise. So. I turned it back down a little bit, so it should be maybe better.
Whose mic are you referring to? My mic?
Yours. I turned your mic up a while ago because it seemed like you were low, and so I turned it up a little bit. I think I turned it up too much. So
okay, how do I sound now?
Let's see.
Beautiful.
I'll turn it up. Now try it.
Okay. How do I sound?
That sounds good.
Okay.
We can just go on to more contradictions if you want. We can just put a pin in that one and circle back around to some other conversation if you want.
All right.
I just want to hear your explanation of that.
Well, wouldn't you just consider thinking maybe perhaps you're the problem, not the Bible or God? I mean, after
absolutely not. Right. I'm the problem. I'm perfect. I am God. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, not if you don't understand what a metaphor is. But after 3 strikes, wouldn't you say that, hey, maybe the problem is me and not
you strike 3 times?
Yeah, the Judas death, the third hour. What was the other one? The third one? I forget.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like
you haven't in any way demonstrated any of those are not a contradiction.
And Quirinius, the birth of Christ. Quirinius and
you're presupposing that all those are metaphors.
Luke got it wrong, but Josephus got it right.
He's presupposing whatever he needs to presuppose to make those not contradictory.
Josephus a credible historian?
Yeah, if it's not
Oh,
forged.
how do you know that? You presuppose that, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
Then no.
I just proved it again. You have
What
presuppositions
noise?
about
Dang, you're
historians.
gonna have to get a mic.
So do
You're gonna
we.
have to get a mic or something. Oh, that's all. Sorry. And Robert, Phil Sober says that he don't think you're using your big mic or something.
Really?
He put it in chat.
This is a test. Let me turn it off and see if it goes out. This is a test. Can you still hear me?
I'm thinking maybe he doesn't realize it's Dane. Maybe that's making that noise. Dane, we're gonna have to figure out something about getting you a mic or something. We're gonna have to do something.
Oh, I actually on the mic output. I actually might not be on the. Hold on.
I can look and see tell you what your mic is on. I think.
I'm looking at it. It actually says that it's on my earpieces, but that doesn't make any sense.
Sounds much better now. I don't hear the feedback.
I haven't changed anything yet.
The feedback is coming off Dane.
I've been muted most of this time. I keep muting myself.
I know, but anytime you unmute it, it makes that noise. Like I don't know. It wasn't doing that earlier, but it is now bad. We're gonna figure. We're gonna get you something going on over there, so you can get you can be on stream. Yeah.
When Skeptic gets his mic working, I'd like to know why
my mic's not working.
Why he trusts Joseph?
It says you are on default headset. Is what it says for your microphone.
All right, let me rejoin. I'll be back.
I can put you. I can move you to.
No, you can't because it's not listed. The proper mic is not listed in the groupings. I'll be right back.
All right. Sorry, Phil. I wasn't. I thought you were talking to. Yeah, Phil was telling it. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out something, Dane. We're gonna have to send you a mic or something.
Yeah, no, I can't have bad audio. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because that noise is like really like yeah, it's hard to listen to. I tried to get some Christians to come in here to help you, Jill, but Stephen and them are streaming right now too.
So, since you don't understand or you've never been taught this, the way the Jewish people counted a day.
Yeah.
The day began at sunrise. That's roughly around 6 a.m. So the third hour would correspond to 9 a.m.
Does this sound better?
Yes, it does.
Sorry about that. I have never seen Restream do that. I use Restream all the time, but for some reason, I didn't even know I had mics in these. Apparently I do.
Let me see what I was looking to see what it said. It was like what it said it was on. Okay, it says it's on a microphone smart cam now or something like that.
No, that's the wrong. Here we go. How about that?
Okay, try that one.
That's mic number 4.
Yeah, that's
proper one. Here, I'm gonna turn it off.
Now you got no mic.
All right, there we go. Good. That's the right mic.
All right. Now we get you. Phil Sober will be so happy now because he's been out there going, would you please tell Robert to get on the right mic? There's Missy Maud out there. She could come help you, Jill.
Oh, sure. But I want to show, are you able to pull up the passage?
If you tell me what you want me to pull up.
John 19. John 19, chapter 14, or verse 14.
John 19, verse 14?
Yeah. And then if you can put that side by side with Mark 15:25. These are supposedly, these contradict. But again, there's just so many assumptions being made before they come into the text.
Okay, wait a minute. like
Just
I messed up at that thing. So you're gonna have to give me. I don't. I've got to get my Bible. One of those Bible. I've got a Bible on the
we'll just
internet.
pull up John 19 first. We'll
Okay,
read John 19 and we'll see what it says. This
I'll have all that
there,
fixed up.
there are several ways to harmonize this text, but
You have to
we
want to harmonize it. You can harmonize it a
yeah,
million ways.
we
But
have
as soon
we
as you
have
want to or harmonize it, you will. That just is what it is.
we can't make assumptions, however. Okay.
Okay, can y'all see that?
I'm fixing to be jumping off of here,
Oh,
Robin. I appreciate you having me on here.
yeah, thanks.
Wanting to harmonize it is making an assumption, though. It's
Okay.
making an assumption that it has harmony inherent in the text. That is making an assumption. But
Yeah.
anyway, I appreciate it. Thanks for talking. And sorry I didn't have the right mic. Wish it would have been called earlier. But y'all have a great
But
one.
that's fine. I didn't even pay. I mean, like I was listening. I was having so much trouble with Dane's mic that I wasn't even hearing that yours wasn't on the right thing.
All
But thanks for coming by and unblock me.
I will. I'll get it fixed. All right. Later.
Bye.
So harmonizing the text is basically giving the author the benefit of the doubt and not assuming going in, gaslighting us, assuming that the author is intending to deceive someone, which is what they presuppose every time they read the Bible. But you don't have to keep it up, but you could
Well, yeah, I
clearly
closed
see-
it out since he left.
yeah, that's
Uh,
okay.
I-
I
but
just wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
Well, but before I'm gonna have to get. I've got a Bible on here on that. What is it? Bible Gateway or whatever.
Mhm.
And see, I'm just now getting this used to this streaming software, so I'm trying to learn. But I'll learn how to get the Bible up there where we be able to pull that stuff up before the debate and stuff.
Mm. Well, you don't have to pull it back up. I could give you another explanation, one of several. This is again not something Christians divide over because it's just silly. But this is something they feel they have to do to prove the Bible is wrong. But no one really is debating these issues because they're really not important. But another explanation is that this is again talking about the two different acts or two different stages of the process. When you pulled up John, you saw there that the AI pulled up and they gave you a sort of a synopsis, which is correct. John 19 is referring to before Jesus was nailed to the cross. So 3 hour difference would make sense. John is telling us about his trial. And then Mark tells us about his subsequent nailing to the cross a few hours later. So that's another explanation. So once again, the skeptic goes in, assuming author 1 and author 2 are giving you act 1 and act 1. No. One may be giving you act 1, scene 2. Another may be giving you act 1, scene 5. The skeptic automatically reads two texts and detect the two texts are provided for him because they're set up for him on some website, evilbible.com, contradictionsinthebible.com, whatever. So they're just set up side by side. They didn't read any context, so they don't know. All they see is these two verses. And the first assumption they're making is what? These two authors are talking about the same. They could be talking about the same thing. I could be talking about 9/11. But I'm talking about Tower A and you're talking about Tower B. But we're both talking about 9/11. So the atheist goes into these contradictions assuming we are both talking about Tower B at 9:55 a.m. on that Tuesday morning. That's the assumption they go into every time, 95% of the time, I would say. So if you deal with that underlying assumption, then you've basically debunked all their contradictions.
So, were y'all talking about Judas, or are we talking about the crucifixion again?
In both cases, they went in.
Because I pulled up the
cases,
Judas thing, like I pulled it up here. Yeah.
Yeah, in both cases, he went in assuming that both texts are explicitly describing how Jesus died. So someone told him that both of these texts are describing Judas's death or how he died. So then he says, well, there must be a contradiction. So you have to deal with that underlying assumption first. Why do you suggest that both of these are they're talking about how Judas died? Well, one says he fell. It's quite laughable. Oh, he fell, right? So how did he fall? Oh, well, he just fell. And you saw that. I mean, you saw that. He just fell. Oh, do people usually fall and die, Robin? Does that happen often? Is that common? People just
I
fall
think
and
that
die. Their guts burst out and they die by falling.
um I don't know. I think that there's a lot of people, but I don't think that there's a common way that people die. I would say probably,
I don't know. Right, but so
but
it's not commonly it's not found in I know people do fall and trip and hit their bump and hit their head and they can have some sort of brain injury. I don't understand that. But normally people just aren't just walking perfectly healthy and they fall and their guts burst out.
yeah, that doesn't make. I mean, like which I didn't never pay attention to like anything about the Bible much when I was a Christian, and
Right.
especially about Judas, because I probably would have never even worried about him. Um, but that doesn't. I mean, that sounds like a really weird thing to happen. But
It is. Yeah, his interpretation was weird. But see, that's what you have to do when you are an atheist and you're practicing apologetics.
well, Dane's not an atheist though. Like he's not an atheist. I
No,
know
it's a
he's not your.
skeptical
I know
philosophy.
he doesn't subscribe to your specific religion, but
Not him, the other guy, skeptical
okay.
philosophy. He's the one
Oh,
that came up with
Robert.
the
Yeah.
crazy Judas died by falling interpretation. Judas fell on his head and his guts bursted open and that's how he died. He's the one that came up with that interpretation. I mean, it's just quite silly.
Well, see right here it says, I'm reading this thing here. First, and amidst and all his bowels rushed out, and it was known unto
Mhm.
all the and was the common interpretations.
Show me that happening. Show me somebody falling. I mean, did he fall off a cliff? I mean, come on, give me wait, give me something that actually could happen. I mean, you're the one that believes in miracles. It sounds like not the Christian. You believe people just fall and their guts burst out and
Well, I
they're
mean,
dead.
I
Like
don't
what?
really probably even necessarily believe any of this happened at all, but like I'm just reading what they said on here. Many theologians believe describes the aftermath of the suicide mentioned in there, where the body fell from a height and burst. So that's what they're
Yeah,
saying, that they believe that he had you know hung
hung
himself,
himself. Right,
and then when his body fell from the place of hanging after a time, then that
right.
it busted. That's what they're saying in
That's
there.
what a good detective would determine. But atheists don't make good detectives. I'm sorry to tell you. They just do not. They simply do not. It's either that or they just have it out for the Bible. Why would you conclude that, oh, well, this must be speaking about his death? Doesn't make sense. Somebody falls and dies
Well, I
and
mean,
their birth rip-
I think that like belief in God or no God probably is like irrelevant to detective work, but yeah.
yeah, if you put the two accounts together, I mean, good detectives are able to do that. If you give an account, let's say there's a robbery, and I say, and I give an account that there was, someone pulled out a gun, and then someone else gives an account of this same robber, and he said he had two guns. Well, which one is that contradictory? No. From my perspective, I only saw one gun. Perhaps I was standing at a location or a position on the scene in which I can only see the one gun. And perhaps where the other lady was standing, she could see both guns. So there's no contradiction in these texts. The reader, the atheist in this case, just goes in assuming one thing that, we're talking about the authors here are giving the same perspective, and they're not. When that's not the case, Judas's body hanging from the hot sun in Jerusalem, and the bacteria inside of his body would have actively been breaking down body tissue and cells. Um, Gas would have formed, which is a byproduct of bacterial metabolism. And that would have been the reason why his body bursted open. That makes sense. What this guy is proposing, he's just walking and then he falls. I mean, you're basically at this point, you're just trying to make a caricature out of the Bible because you hate the Bible, you hate God, and you hate the people of God. And that's the bottom line. And that's the message this Easter Sunday. Thanks for having me, Robin. I got to roll because I got to get ready for.
Okay.
We're watching the Passion.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming on, and thank you for agreeing to the debate. And I'll try to be as fair as I can.
All right. I'll see you next time.
Appreciate it.
God bless.
All right. Jill's had a pretty rough day. He's been on the hot seat for like pretty much the whole day on 2 different channels. So, yeah. Anybody else want to come on now? I'm all by myself. Nobody for me to argue with at all. And or we could get off here. I could end the stream because I thought y'all were going on, but I could end the stream and we could all go over there and watch Odin and Pixie. So, if nobody wants to join, that's probably what we'll do. We'll go over there and raid Odin and Pixie. Because I streamed all night last night, like and I just came over here so Robert and Jill and them could finish their arguing that they were doing. And Dane, we are going to figure out something to get you some kind of like thing, like, you know, I don't know what. We'll figure out something. Talk maybe Phantom can tell me what you need to help, and we'll figure something out. But I still don't see nobody coming in. So, maybe I'm silly. Well, yes. Does anybody want to come in? I did post the link, didn't I? Hazel? I thought I did. Did I not post the link? I'm really confused now. Now, is it up there again? See, there it is again. All right, this is like a lot of quiet here. I feel like I went deaf. Okay, we got Scott. I'm hoping that this is Scott. Who? Scott. Who is that? Scott who? Wait a minute. Who is that? Scott Duke? Oh, it's Mirror. Okay, never mind. I see it. Never mind. Duh. I was like, Scott. I was wondering if it's Scott, but he usually says Scott Duke. So
Yeah.
Here comes Tux. I know who he is.
Hi.
What's up, Tux?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? I ain't seen you in a while.
I fell asleep to you last night. You were whispering sweet nothings in my ear all night. And then Big Bad Mama came on and whispered sweet nothings too.
Yeah.
Claude was on whispering sweet nothings to me.
Now, Claude, I can say he has sweet nothings, but like nobody ever says my voice is sweet nothing. Like I've been told my voice was like nails on a chalkboard.
No,
not quite that. I have a new mic, so I haven't got it quite dialed in. So hopefully it sounds all right. Sounds good. Okay. When I'm recording, it's got a lot of ticks and pops and stuff like that. It's just a nightmare.
Chris, Is this Chris from? Wait a minute. Let me see who it is. Okay, yeah, all right.
Chris.
I gotta be
Hey,
careful. I added some crazy person last night to come on slinging slurs and stuff, and didn't know how to kick them. And
Yeah, sorry about
Simos
that.
was
I
going.
was in a weird mood. I apologize.
Yeah, yeah. Simos was going, kick him off. And I was like, I don't know how to do it. I was freaking out.
Wow.
It's funny. Like I felt bad. Robin was like, anybody? So then I went to go join, and then everybody joined at this.
All the cool kids have joined now.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, Gio was on here for. I mean, he'd been here a while, but he had to go stuff. But he'd been doing this all day, pretty much, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Since 3 years.
I'll say this. Like I feel bad. Oh, okay. Let me phrase that. I don't feel bad for Joe because this is exactly what he wants. He wants the persecution. He wants to sit there in the hot seat the whole time. That's why I really am of the belief that he just wants the troll so that he can then take the content he gets. I promise you, $100 says in the next couple of days, his channel is going to have owned atheist liberals and as if he's walking away victorious or something like that. So I have very little patience, and it's not an ad hominem. I just he really shows his cards very, very easily that all he's doing is content farming. You know what I mean? So even on the other channel, I was trying to have a good faith argument with him, and he just kept running back into that circular world of, well, you're just a skeptic, so of course you're not going to believe it, or you're entering it assuming that you're being lied to.
Yeah, he seemed to be a very big gaslighter.
Mm-hmm.
Even the whole Judas thing, why is it the unbeliever's job to look at it some kind of way? That's your job.
Right.
Why do we have to do your work for you?
Mm-hmm.
But Gio's in the comment section, sort of Chris, are you with the ACA?
The ACA? Not that I know of.
You
Why?
look so I don't know. I was thinking maybe you look familiar, and I mean I know I've talked to you a couple times.
All right.
But like Kizel said, he recognized you too, and I thought maybe because when I go to the conventions, I've met some people from the atheist community of Austin and stuff. Okay, so you kind of look like somebody that was with them. I think that might be what Hazel's thinking about too.
If I find out they're ugly, I'm going to be very upset. I've heard people say,
no, I didn't say you was ugly. No,
I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. And BS, Jimmy Tuck's BS said I was big time now if I got you to come on.
Oh,
and,
whatever.
I told him, I said, well, I just need you on up here too then. I mean, come on, BS, I'll have the trilemma.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love BS. Both metaphorically and literally.
No.
That's brilliant.
BS is my favorite feminist.
That's brilliant. Yeah, his last show was that was Feminist Overload.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I fell asleep to that show as well.
I was wide awake to that one, but
I watched most of it.
I think Maud's back slid on us a little bit.
Rebuke and reprove. What does it say? Reprove.
That's Jill.
Rebuke and reprove. Yeah,
yeah.
Let's come back on and have a good.
Well, the link's out there.
I'll be better this time. I'll be honest and genuine.
Well, I think he was going somewhere.
I don't believe you, sir. I'm a skeptic.
Right. And that, by the way, I'm sorry I missed the guy, but something that I've also noticed, and this is by no means a criticism, is the minutia of contradictions. That's what he wants to be. Chasing him into the brush.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Brer Rabbit. You know what I mean? He wants to be there. He wants to sit there and nitpick all those things. And that's why I get a little frustrated when people give him exactly what he wants.
He's back.
Yeah, it was. If you're going to hammer away at time zones between California and New York when nobody's talking about California, Jill, you want to draw the conversation to California for no reason at all. You want to draw the conversation to Rome, for instance, for no reason at all. Everybody's talking about what happened someplace just outside of Jerusalem. And the timing that you're talking about, it's a non sequitur.
Well, excuse me if I'm chewing. It's just, had a little snack, but I did come back because Chris, he said he wanted to have a conversation. So,
Sure.
I can come back if you want to have a conversation.
Okay.
About anything, but again, that was my analogy. So maybe you weren't, Jimmy, you weren't paying attention to the conversation. The analogy
don't blame me for the analogy.
An
analogy.
analogy.
That's just a grotesque. That's a grotesque move.
You don't know what an analogy is. An analogy is a comparison.
Hang on. Don't patronize.
Okay.
Don't patronize somebody like this.
Well, then,
don't tell me what I know or
misrepresent.
what I don't know.
Don't
Just explain.
misrepresent.
Just explain.
Okay.
Just get down to
So
the
when
ultimate.
I was speaking to time zones as a comparison.
What time zone do you need to worry about in first century Nazareth?
Not to say that what was being rendered there had anything to do with time zones. Okay. But it's to show that you can be talking about the same event, and in this case it's time zones. That's the difference. In their case it was not time zones. In their case it was just a system that was being used. Okay, so that was just a parallel, but it's not to suggest that they were dealing with time zones in the Bible. Okay,
so why bring it up?
It's called an analogy.
Okay, what does an analogy have to do with one author stating a time and another time being mentioned, and instead of saying, hey, you know what, we have factual information that this resurrection, was this referencing the resurrection, or was it empty tomb? What was the timing? Because they're conflating two different things, because you brought up both.
Yeah, like what is the proof that they were talking about two different times? What was the proof that they were talking about?
Two different systems of telling time.
What's the evidence of that?
Okay.
Well,
what does that have to do with the core? I'll boil it down to its ultimate conclusion, Jill. I don't care about the time. I don't care about California time. I don't care about Roman time. I don't care how the Romans did it or how the Jewish did it. The simple fact is, boil it down to its ultimate conclusion. Cut to the crap.
Oh, well, you're the one that's making the assertion, so you need to be specific. Are you suggesting that these two texts are describing the same time?
It is the contradiction that they're...
If that's the contradiction, can you demonstrate it, please, from the text, that both authors are describing the same event or the same detail?
What event are we talking about?
Well, you tell me. The passages are in Mark 15 and John 14. Are they describing the same? I don't want to say event, because the event is the crucifixion or the death of our Lord, that what we celebrate today. But are they describing the same point or the same time or during the same event? And if so, what's your evidence for that?
So Let's need to provide evidence
assumption first,
that the author of one. Now, keep in mind, I'm requesting for Jesus account. Do you have Jesus account of what time this happened?
Jesus account? No,
yes.
No. Listen to my question.
Yes.
Okay. My question is this.
Okay. No. My question was first. Do I have? I'm going down a list of ideals. Do we have what time Jesus said it was? Yes or no?
What time Jesus says what was?
Exactly. What time was Jesus' resurrection? Jesus knows
the
exactly
resurrection,
what time.
not the crucifixion.
Oh, the crucifixion. Okay, crucifixion. Fine.
This is what
I don't care. I don't care which one it is. You pick one.
It matters which one it is, because these things take time to occur. Crucifixion is not a resurrection.
Do we have it for either one?
Oh my God! See,
Jimmy.
this is the issue, guys.
Was John
this is
using
the issue?
Wait a minute. We're going to go around one by one. I'm like, we can't
You see how easy that is?
Yes or no? Do we have Jesus account? Yes or no? Yes or no?
You see how easy it is to assume that one is talking about the same thing, and you can easily get things like that confused. The
Okay.
crucifixion is
Just
not the
answer the-
resurrection.
Why
So
does
wait,
I'm
wait,
not
Just
wait,
going
answer
to
the
wait,
answer
question.
the
wait,
question.
wait,
You're
wait,
not
slow
being clear
Jill,
as to
slow
what
down.
you're talking
No,
about. Be
it is a
Slow down.
simple
clear.
question. Do we have it for the
What?
resurrection
Clear
or
so
do we
that
have
Wait,
it for the
wait, you guys
crucifixion?
aren't-
Just
then
tell
I
me
can
which one.
answer.
Do we
Jimmy,
have it
Jimmy,
for
Jimmy, Jimmy,
Jesus'
Very
you guys aren't
account
even
of
talking
what
about the same
time?
thing
Hey!
right now.
No.
Jimmy Tux.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Easy. Nobody can hear. We can't hear. No, everybody's talking all at once.
I just had a question based on his argument.
Okay, but wait just a minute. What we're gonna do is, Jimmy, we're gonna have to let like Jill, like other people, like talk to Jill too. Like we're gonna have to move it around because I know it's fun to get in a conversation with Jill and like get his attention and keep him kind of talking to you. But like he's the only theist we got, so he's like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay.
So let's move around. Like
I'll let him off the hook.
let Scott ask a question and then let Jill answer it, and then Chris can ask a question. You know what I mean? Like if it's all right with Jill, and
Allow for an answer if you're going to ask the question. That's all I ask.
yeah,
Yeah.
You
yeah.
know,
And I
Jill,
love you, Doug. But we have to-
you can answer the question. It doesn't require what time or what we're talking about. Do we have Jesus' account of it? Yes or no?
You're cutting off while I'm trying to answer. So what is your question again? And if you would allow for an answer this time.
Do we have Jesus' account?
Jesus' account of what?
It doesn't matter. Yes or
It
no.
does matter, sir, because
Okay.
things take time to occur. Can I make a point? Do you
I-
see how dishonest the atheist is?
Okay,
He's
this is
asking me
honesty.
for
Is
what
you?
does Jesus give a time, but he's not
Yes.
saying a time for what. Several things happened. Jesus was crucified. He was resurrected. He had a trial. What exactly are you referring to when you say, does Jesus give a time? Go ahead.
yeah. What are you talking to?
I am stating emphatically that there is no account from Jesus. So
Okay.
it's a simple no.
All right. It's all right. So anyone else want to engage the actual time zone issue? Or
Well, no, let's let
Okay.
Scott move around there too.
You then go down the line.
I just
My
had
point is, sorry, go
All
ahead,
right.
Scott.
Come on,
You
man.
have no point.
So, like, I just had a few questions, and it's just so I can understand what's going on. So was John using Roman time? Is that the case?
That is one of the possible explanations. There are several. It's not one that I necessarily hold to myself, but that's just.
I
one.
mean, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that discrepancy in the Bible.
Sorry.
I thought that you were saying that discrepancy there, that seeming contradiction or tension, was explained by having the writers in two different times.
No, not necessarily. I think the best explanation is what is bared out in the text. That's not really bared out in the text.
Okay, so what does
make sense.
explain this? What does explain?
But they're talking about two different points in time. They're not talking about the same exact time. So, for example, I gave the example of 9/11, and I can tell you about what happened at 9/11. You know, at 6 o'clock, and you can tell me what happened at 7 o'clock. That doesn't mean that we're.
Well, how do you know that's the case?
How do I know
What
that?
do you base that theory on?
Well, there's the clues in the text. The text is really not explicit.
Well, it's
just
interpreted.
clues.
Okay.
Well, for
Okay.
instance, when Robin pulled up.
Well, yeah, that
can
answers
I
my
finish the
question.
sentence, please?
I'm just saying.
For example, when Robin pulled up the text, she pulled up the text, and the AI told us that this account was referring to the trial, which occurred earlier than the crucifixion would have. So 6 a.m. makes sense there. And then the crucifixion later in Mark was at 9 a.m., 3 hours later. So that is, I think, the best explanation for why the text is rendered or why the two texts have that discrepancy, because they're not talking about the same time.
I never learned that.
Okay.
Because, most Christians, most churches teach that this is referring to the moment of crucifixion.
No, it says it right there in the text. If you pull it up,
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Now that I think about it, we're talking about John. Yeah, right. We're about the 6th hour Jesus was before Pontius
Pilate. Yes, thank you.
Right.
So more than likely,
the trial before the crucifixion itself was noon. if Jewish time or 6 a.m. if Roman time.
Yeah. Let's let Chris get his question in here.
So you're not really describing the exact
third
same
hour.
thing. So
Mark says the third hour, which is 9 a.m. John says the trial occurred at 6 a.m., which is 3 hours before the crucifixion. So that fits perfectly.
Okay. So even though they describe different stages, well, I guess the tension arises because if John's 6 hour is noon Jewish, then Jesus would still be on trial after Mark says he was already crucified at 9. Right?
No, this is the day. This is the 6 hour or 6 a.m. And that's where the different timekeeping systems come in. Because obviously,
but I think I'm just saying that's where the tension arises because if you do the math, it still makes one of the accounts, it doesn't fit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it, Mark 15:20 or something?
That's why
the third hour.
That's why scholars suggest that this is dealing with different timekeeping systems, because it wouldn't make sense for John to say
no, Mark. I'm saying Mark said third hour.
It wouldn't make sense for John to say that noon was the case for the trial after Jesus had been crucified. So that's why they suggest that the 3 hour different time zone system is the case here.
Let's let Chris. Okay, Scott. Let's let Chris get his question.
Thank you. Thank you.
To be honest, I don't care about any of this. This stuff is so boring. This is debating Harry Potter. You know what I mean? So here's my question for you, Joe. When you open up the Bible, or you open up a newspaper, or you open up social media, or you open up any information, what steps do you take to defend against confirmation bias?
What steps do I take to defend against confirmation bias? Well, I try to read the text and try to, just like when I read any piece of literature, try to render what the author is communicating, what the author's intentions are.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, what do you do to prevent confirmation bias?
I do just that. I read in context of what the author is communicating and how he's using the terms and terminology. For example, if the Bible uses the word jealous, God is a jealous God. Well, I just don't, like atheists, read my own presupposition into what jealous means. I look up, I read the context to determine what does the Bible mean when it says God is jealous. No, that's not special pleading. That's reading the context and find out what they meant by the use of this word that we use today in a different sense. That's all. It's really easy.
But do you understand that still leaves you vulnerable to confirmation bias? Because you're still relying on your interpretation.
What am I confirming? I'm confirming that the author's intention is different from ours, or how we would use the word based on the context in which they're using the word. Words are not univocal. They take on the meaning of the context in which they're used. That's in all cases.
I don't ask this to be pandering. I swear. Do you know what confirmation bias is?
Of course.
All right. So if you're relying on your own assessment and your own interpretation of things, and this is outside the Bible, whatever, if you're relying only on your own analysis and your internal barometer, then you're still vulnerable to confirmation bias. Can you see that?
I do have a pre-existing belief that context is king.
Okay.
And so when I go in and I read the Bible, that is my presupposition, that confirmation, that I'm going to confirm the author's intention based on the context, not my understanding of what these words mean to me, which is what the atheist does when they read the Bible.
No, you don't have to
God
do
is
that.
jealous,
Therefore,
I'm not going to worship this God. He's a jealous God. I would never serve a God like that.
Okay, fine.
So they're the ones making that error, not us. You guys are the ones making that error, not us.
Notice I have not said anything about God. Notice how I have not said anything about God. Notice how I've not stated opinion. I've simply asked you what you do to defend against confirmation bias, and you said nothing.
I just showed you how I read the text and I try to render my best what the
Okay.
author's intention was. I don't practice what maybe not you have done, but what atheists love to practice
Why
on
are
a
we still
daily
talking about this?
basis is not understanding what the heck they're reading when they read the word slave, for example. They
Okay.
think that the Bible is talking
You're
about the same slave. They
you're going all over
presuppose
the place. I want
instead
you
of
to
reading
focus. I
context.
want you to focus,
Context
Joe.
is king.
Wait a
I
minute,
want you
Chris.
to
Let him
focus.
talk. Let him answer. I know, but let him answer. Let him answer. Chris, I want to ask you. I got a question for you, Gio. Like you brought up the jealous thing, and so
Yeah.
I would say that I think I know why that God says He's a jealous God in the Bible.
You
Because
do.
yeah, because well, I mean,
You
because
must be married.
no, I'm not married. You really think anybody's married to me? I've been married twice and divorced, so
Okay, that did not make
yeah,
sense.
I'm
That's why
definitely
you know.
not married. But I think that like most of the people that lived at back in uh, the time of the writing of the Bible were uh, some of them were polytheists, and I think even the early Hebrews were polytheists. And then, of course, if you look at the Ten Commandments, it says, no have no other gods before me. And in the Genesis, it says we've created man in our image, and just things like that, where there's small little indications to the idea that this was not the only God, or that this, that these people believed that there was more than one God, and so their God would have been very jealous of other gods if they worshipped other gods. So that's why I think it says that.
Yeah, well, that doesn't deal with the issue of the moral conundrum the atheist tries to put us in, because you still have a jealous, vindictive God. So jealousy to us, because we don't understand what jealousy meant to them, jealousy to us is a negative emotion. True.
Yes, it's a very
Okay.
human emotion
Okay.
too.
In the Hebrew culture, it is not. In the Hebrew culture, jealousy, there is such thing as a good jealousy, a righteous jealousy, one that is not as selfish, one that is being done out of selfish reasons. The reason why he's jealous of you and that other guy is because he knows that other guy is going to treat you better. And he doesn't want you to be treated good. Okay. God, on the other hand, he knows that he is the only one that can treat you good, and he knows that they're going to harm you. So it's a jealousy that is selfless, and it is more designed towards our uh, im- improvement or doing better or survival, or thriving, or rather than him. So when he says he's jealous for us, it's sort of like it's tantamount to a husband and a wife. If you Let me ask you this: if your wife were to find out that you were cheating, or let's say she was cheating, and you were, and then you were indifferent, or she were indifferent, if she were to catch you and she were
I don't have a
indifferent.
wife either.
I know, but for anyone listening,
Okay.
if your spouse catches you cheating, or you catch your spouse cheating, and they're indifferent, they don't care. It's like, oh, okay, who cares? I don't care if you're cheating on me. You would say there's an issue there. You would say that that person never really cared because they're indifferent. It's like they're just callous to the fact that you were sleeping with this man for years, and they don't care. So we would say that's a problem if God is not jealous that you are sleeping around with other gods. We would say that's an issue. We would say it's almost like a husband being jealous for his wife, not in
Okay.
a selfish way. Not in a selfish way, however.
Let me just point out that if God is the only true God, then it would come to people should assume that He would know whether other gods existed.
And he
So
would know that the other gods are
fact,
bad for you as well.
I know, and the fact that He actually references other gods and like makes commandments against worshiping those other gods makes it seem like to me that he is acknowledging that those other gods exist.
Oh yeah. Oh sure.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
fallen angels. He knows them well. They came from his heaven. So they're usually, we would say that they're fallen entities, fallen into beings, fallen meaning they've rebelled against God. And now they are trying to deceive people into worshiping them instead of the true God. So yeah.
But their gods, not you're talking about like the Nephilim, or the Nephilim.
They're created beings. Doesn't matter what their form is or their powers. The fact of the matter is that they all are creations. So we make a creator-creation distinction. The God is the creator. You call him whatever you want to. He even calls himself Yahweh, which is subverting one of the ancient gods in the Canaanite pantheon on purpose, to show his supremacy.
So you don't think that you don't think the biblical God is Yahweh?
No, it's one of the biblical God doesn't have a name. It's one of the titles that he took on upon himself to troll. I would say that's what we call ancient trolling. Yeah, he was trolling the ancient Near East. It would be tantamount to him coming today and gathering all of the Lee and all of the comic book authors and writers, and even resurrecting some because some have passed, like Stan Lee, and saying, "I am Batman, I am Superman, I am et cetera, et cetera." So he is subverting all of the false gods of Canaan and saying, no, you're not the God of thunder. I am the God of thunder. You're not the God of this. So in the ancient times, just like the MCU, in ancient times, they would assign a God to every thing that happened. Thunder.
Yes, I'll understand
the
that.
Sun, the moon, right? So when God comes, when he intervenes and he sets the record straight for all time, he says, no. That's not the God of the moon. I am the God of the moon. So that's why you see God has so many names in the Old Testament. He's doing that and subverting all of the ancient gods, not all of them, but most of them, and attributing their powers to himself, because that's truly where they belong.
Do you notice how he pulled us back into the briar patch? Like I was asking genuine questions and he yanked us right back into the briar patch.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that, but that's
it's just the most ridiculous story I've ever heard in my life.
But most
we're back on his familiar territory.
It's just like a comic book.
I'm sorry, sounds like a comic book. Too long, but most atheists don't know about literary subversion.
I'm not an atheist.
You made it all up, dude.
Liberals, most liberals.
Liberals are atheists for all the time. Liberals, atheists are all the same.
See, your dichotomous thinking is so duality, man.
Well, that debunks the argument that
it's hilarious.
Well, that debunks the argument that the Bible is just later.
Debunks you.
It just debunks the argument that the Bible is later revelations from these, or borrowing from these older religions.
I mean, it just shows that you've got a lot of bias when you read things. You trust what you believe already going in. Like there's so much information about when there's scholarship that's just overwhelming.
Sure, show me the scholarship where I'm wrong.
Dates of writing Daniel and so many different subjects. You could pick any subject you want.
Pick one.
But you don't look into the contrary view.
Pick one. I've been looking into the contrary views since 1980. They've all been debunked.
No, you don't.
That's why my question and Scott was just asking the same thing.
You'll just deny it, that's
like I did with the three
hallmark of confirmation bias.
Like I did.
When you are just out to say, "Hey, you atheist, you can't debunk me. Try it." And then when you do, you try to just do your hardest to argue and come up with points. That's your bias.
Your contradictions fail, all of them.
Let's let Jill respond. Let's let Jill respond.
Your contradictions failed. I don't know what more you want us to do. I mean, you bring your contradictions. Show you that they are.
The Bible has.
Scott.
You bring your contradictions. We show you that you're the one contradicting. You can't read literature to save your life. So, I mean, what more are we to do?
Let's say you're right. The
Bible,
but
point out that these arguments are from the 1980s.
But
and they're just being, and you're going online and you're reading something online and you're just regurgitating. You haven't done the research. You haven't done the research. Well, I'm just, I'm just giving you back what you gave me just now.
All right.
Straw man argument.
You haven't researched anything.
Let's let Tux go back now. Tux might have a question. We can't just. Like he answered the question. I don't know. It may not be satisfactory answer. But
no, I mean, he didn't get to the answer at all. He just strong.
Well, I mean,
what was the question? Did you even have a question?
None. How does that make it true?
You didn't even have a question. What was it?
That's what I asked you. How, if the Bible, even if the Bible has no contradictions, how does that prove it's true?
The Bible has no contradictions.
How
Remember,
does
we're
that prove the
answering.
Bible's claims
We
are
are
true?
answering. Okay.
Break it
You
down.
shut up long enough to hear the answer.
Yeah.
We are
Go for it.
answering your questions. When you have alleged contradictions you bring to us, we're answering. So now that they don't pan out the way you want it, well, how does this prove still that the Bible is the word of God? Okay, well, there are other proofs that the Bible is the word of God.
Okay.
One
Let's
being
go.
predictive prophecy.
Oh boy.
That's in the Bible.
Okay.
But wait a minute, let's hear his answers. Let's hear his answers. And I do have a question.
Yeah, that's painful.
I do have a question then. So if something has if there is a contradiction in the Bible, does that mean that the Bible is false? And that's
Are you asking me, or are you asking the ones who are trying to so desperately find
a contradiction means that it's no longer the inspired word of God. It just means it's a bunch of people who are either creating their own narrative or whatever their intentions were is shown, and not a supreme supernatural being inspired.
Okay, I probably would agree. Like a lot of contradictions showing out, because I don't trust the Bible either. But like the fact that, like, say the Quran and the Muslims make the claim that the Quran, if there's anything at all wrong with it, that the whole thing's false. And I don't think that most Christians make that claim about the Bible. So I think that kind of covers them on that kind of deal right there, to where like human scribes copied this book. And so like there's room for the error and stuff. So I don't think that the contradiction necessarily makes it false. I think it does speak on the reliability and the consistency of the narrative from the Bible. Do y'all agree on that? Everybody else?
I'll say theists, they paint themselves into a corner by forcing that Bible to have such a high standard. It doesn't have to be that way. They can say that they believe what they believe because of cultural inheritance. They can say they believe what they believe because of a spiritual whatever the case may be. The problem is that they want to compete on the world stage. So they have to make a claim about the Bible that makes it extraordinary. And one of the most extraordinary claims is that it comes directly from the lips of God. So unfortunately, they paint themselves into that corner. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's completely self-imposed.
Well,
I know exactly what you're saying. My mother
believes ourselves. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I said my mother believes in 6,000 words. So yes, I know exactly what you're saying, Chris.
We do, we do paint ourselves in that corner, but the issue is not that we paint ourselves in that corner. It's that you decided that you were now going to start interpreting and reading text how you never read an interpreted text before, showing your bias. So you have a bias against the Bible. And therefore, when you go in, you read it haphazardly in many cases, desperately misinterpret and misrepresent on many cases, on many occasions. So you go in because of that presupposition, which you just admitted to. You put the Bible in your criteria for judging the Bible is different than any other historical book. Would
it be better to judge God instead?
I can prove it. You have a different level of how the Bible is to be authenticated than you would any book written during its time.
Let me hear. Go ahead.
What book should we instead use?
You should, when you
verify that there is a truth claim of Genesis 1:1, for instance.
When you are critiquing the Bible, not necessarily Genesis 1:1, because Genesis 1 is not. I would say is not rendering history in the same sense that historian like Luke would render it, but in the New Testament. But when you're writing,
my mother would argue with you about that.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not saying that this didn't happen. Genesis 1 didn't happen. It's not a part of the universe's history. I'm saying that it's not written in a way where we can verify.
What other book should we use to decipher whether something is true being said in the book as true?
meaning there were no eyewitnesses around. Some people believe that God took Moses into some sort of state whereby he showed Moses what happened during the creation. So created, so there's not really a historical account in that sense, like Paul or Luke. Or,
So we have writings of Moses that
okay.
we should have as an affirmation and authentication, verification that there is a God. The Creator is named God.
Okay, so when we talk about history and historicity, we are mainly referring to the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
So what we would prefer, and what liberal scholars, what I call liberal scholars, critical scholarship, what is used to be called liberal scholarship 20 years ago, but some of you don't realize that because you are 20. But what they have done is they've taken.
Nobody here is 20 years old. That's
that's a straw man. It's
not a straw man. Like, some of the atheists today are 20 years old, so they don't realize that these arguments were already given, 20 years ago.
Just defend the position. Where should we evaluate whether God exists or not as an atheist? We've got the Bible, and what else?
What do you mean, what else?
Okay, you made the critique, if I remember correctly, you made the critique that we're making a critical reading and in the Bible, and I'm asking for alternative sources that I should be using also to verify that Genesis 1:1a has a creator named God, that this book is orchestrated from that God creator.
Okay.
All right. Well, I need those two things verified before.
What I'm trying to show you is that you're assuming so many things. There's a presupposition.
Wait, no. I'm not assuming
question.
It. You're asking me
if you would allow me to bring that out. You're presupposing that we should have the same level of evidence that we would have if this claim were made today, for a claim that was made thousands of years ago, for a man that wasn't even present, that we believe was shown this through vision. But rather than climb into that absurdity, that rabbit hole of absurdity, why don't you look at the New Testament? The New Testament is a historical account. It's not an account of someone having a vision about what happened before any humans existed.
Is Jesus a God?
Okay. So now when we do that,
you got to answer the question, is Jesus a God then?
Wait, Jesus, don't wait.
Yahweh, Jesus is God.
He completely jumped over the first part of that question.
So
I was getting ready
to establish that there is a God in Genesis 1:1 to establish then that I jump to the New Testament that Jesus is a God.
Yeah, he did say that.
So when you compare the New Testament to other ancient documents, it is considered the most reliable historically, more reliable than all of the ancient documents that we can find combined.
Oh, okay.
If that is indeed true, then there should be a verification and authentication. So keep in mind, I've been itching to get back to the subject on the crucifixion, timing of the crucifixion. So I just wanted to follow one up question. What is the evidence that you're using to justify that John the author, since we don't have Jesus as an author, that we have John the author as using Jewish time versus Roman time, and your justification or your evidence that that they are A, I believe on 2 different days, and B, that the timing is both off on both different days between the Mark and John narrative?
I think you're mixing up 2 different responses. When I spoke about 2 different days or a different day, I was speaking about Judas's death, that his hanging and subsequent falling may have been hours apart, maybe even a day.
Is the same claim true potentially for John's account?
No. We think that there's several explanations. First of all, they're talking about 2 separate events, and then 2 there are different time zones going.
Okay, skip the Judas part of it. So here's my question. Here's my question to you: is how do you come to the conclusion that John is on Roman time, not Jewish time?
Well, that's what scholars have suggested based on the clues that are given in the context.
So I did a little search when the last time John says Passover, which is not going to refer to Roman time, and it's a chapter before. So John, in my opinion, is on Roman time. I'm sorry,
Right.
not on Roman time. He is on Jewish time if he's talking Passover.
Oh, because he speaks about the Passover, that means he's speaking or using the Jewish system of time. Gotcha.
Okay. If you're telling me that they're on Roman time, why would they refer to the Passover? Because that's not going to be a Roman reference of time.
So he can speak, just because he is writing using the time system of the Romans doesn't mean he can't speak about Jewish Passover. That doesn't follow.
But you have to have something that references and foundation the point that Roman time is being used here. And I'm just not even finding it.
Are you okay? So where are you finding any evidence that Jewish time is being used? So the reason why I came to that conclusion,
wait. Why would it be if the hermeneutic?
You're the one saying contradiction. It's the burden of proof is on you, not me. You're the one claiming contradiction. So my
if
argument,
the times don't match up according to Passover,
you have to first demonstrate that they're using the same time system, right?
But we're talking about the Passover, right?
No, we're not just talking about the Passover.
Is
we're
the
talking
Passover
about the crucifixion, the Passover
30 something?
We're talking about the actual crucifixion. We're talking about the trial. There are several things going on here, and then you have the issue dealing with the Jewish time system, which is sunrise to sunset, as opposed to the Roman time system, which is more like ours. So you have two competing variables going on that you're just ignoring. You're saying, "Oh, it's 9 o'clock here. It must be talking about the same thing over here." No.
So can it truly be the same day, though? If Mark is eating, and in Mark, Jesus eats the Passover, because everything's revolving around the Passover here, right? The crucifixion has to do with the Passover.
Okay.
Right? That's the timing of all this.
Okay.
And Roman time is not going to care what time Passover is.
It doesn't matter. It's not telling you the time of the Passover. It's just telling you that.
Does Mark tell us the time of the Passover?
Mark tells us about the crucifixion, the actual crucifixion, not the Passover meal.
But it's all referenced not off of what time of day, because nobody had clocks or watches or a smartphone in their pocket. Everybody went by approximate time, and it references, the reason I'm pressing on the Passover here is these blocks of time always go back to the moment of this time, and that is always foundational in both accounts, gospel accounts, to the Passover. Yes?
No, many of these time designations are speaking about other things like the crucifixion and the trial, not just the Passover meal or the Passover.
So when does the Passover begin in Mark versus when the Passover begins for John? Is it explicitly different, or is it the same? Do we have zero contradiction here if they're talking about two different points or the same point in time?
Yeah, the reconciliation allows for the trials, the scourging, the procession to, while he's carrying the cross, and then he gets Simon to help him. That all occurred between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., you would say.
So if one is referring to the Passover meal and John is referring to having Jesus as the Passover lamb, they cannot be the same two times.
Well, where did you get Passover lamb, Passover meal? Because
the Mark account has Jesus eats the Passover meal.
The accounts in John and Mark, which you say are both talking about the crucifixion, many of you, not maybe you per se,
okay,
has nothing to do with the Passover meal. So now you're throwing
why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? If the Passover meal is being eaten by Jesus,
It's speaking
And
about his
Jesus is
crucifixion.
crucified before the lamb is prepared. That's 2 different days.
Is that after the trial or before the trial?
Well, I'm going by Passover as the foundation
well-
because the timing, because that is going to be Jewish timing, based on Jewish timing.
Okay, but the
But
references
a
that we are
trial is
looking
not
at-
going to be based off of Jewish timing. That's going to be based off of Roman timing. So if you're talking about just the trial, but the crucifixion is Jesus in John's narrative. He has Jesus
why-
as the Passover lamb.
In John's narrative,
And
he
Mark-
uses the Roman system to describe the trial. Thank you. That's another good point you just made for me. That John, because he's just describing the trial here, would make sense to use the Roman system, which was done under the Roman authorities.
Okay, you can't have both of
Maybe
these
that's
being
why
true.
our scholars suggest that's what he did. That's
You
why
can't
John-
have Jesus having the Passover meal and then being crucified, and you can't have the day before the
Okay.
lamb preparation and Jesus being that lamb. That's 2 different days.
I'm not. All right, so you're
So-
throwing in the Passover meal when the 2 accounts are not even speaking about a timestamp on the Passover meal.
Aren't they?
So- No, the timestamp for John 19 is referring to the trial. The timestamp in Mark's account is referring to the actual crucifixion. I'm not following how you're getting a
Because-
Passover meal in
because
the timeline here.
Jesus can't be the Passover lamb if Jesus has already eaten Passover.
He's already eaten Passover.
In Mark's account,
Yes.
Jesus has already eaten the Passover meal.
Okay.
He's already done the Last Supper.
That was his last supper. Okay. Before the trial or after the trial?
Well, no, then the trial happens after Passover,
Oh,
after the
okay.
Passover meal.
All right. What's the issue?
You can't have Jesus being prepared to be the lamb and Jesus already eating for a start of Passover.
So he can't celebrate the Passover and say, "This is my blood, which I intend to shed for many," and stop and then send Judas off to betray. He can't do that before he's crucified. Well, who made that rule?
Not if one should be a day before the other.
Wait.
One should be the preparation and one should be the actual meal, right?
I'm not following. What are you? Are you Jewish?
I no. What
What are you?
what does that
talking
have to do?
You're saying one should be the preparation and one should be the actual meal. He gives the Last Supper. He gives his last speech, if you will. He tells the disciples what's going to happen to him. He tells Judas, "Go do what you need to do." I don't understand why that has to occur. Why that can't occur before the trial.
So
In fact, that actually lines up.
the day
Judas
after
goes,
the
betrays him,
preparation.
then he's arrested, then the trial. Right?
So is the day of preparation different than the day of Passover?
Again, you're trying to align the Jewish customs when it comes to the Passover and suggest that the pattern has to match Jesus exactly. But even though I think it does, I don't know why you're trying to put this requirement.
Because what I'm
On the
suggesting
text,
is
like-
you've tried to make this hermeneutic. The problem is the way you've made a Jewish claim on one and a Roman claim on the other. The timing concerning the Jewish Passover has to be 2 different days.
I don't understand how that follows. It doesn't make sense.
I'm
What do you
just
mean
going
the
to point out
Passover
that
has to be 2 different days?
there's an old saying that says that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. It just constantly relative to me. I don't know. But
So
yeah.
the question is, if Jesus is the preparation part of it in John, a part of the preparation,
What does that
John.
even mean? Part of the preparation? Where are
the
you
Passover
getting that from?
preparation.
But what does that Is that what John 19 says? About
John
the-
19 says, now at the crucifixion,
what I don't get is why are you trying to now find a contradiction between these events and how the Jewish people celebrate Passover, or it doesn't line
because
up with Passover?
because
now?
you've stated that there is a difference between the time you've justified that The reason John is different is because he's using Roman time. He would be
He's using Roman time to
potentially.
describe the trial, not the
Yeah.
Passover meals.
But there's still a problem. If you
No,
verify
there
it with one, you lose it with the other. You can't have
What?
both here. You can't
I
have the
can u- I
trial
can
on
use-
Roman time and say that God or that Jesus in the Passover part of it. Jesus
He
is-
doesn't give what time does he give for the Passover meal? Does he give a time for that?
he gives let's see.
It would have been the day before, right?
It would have been the day before, exactly.
Okay.
The problem
Does he
here
give us
is
a time for the Passover meal?
the hermeneutic for
Yes.
Roman time for the crucifixion, okay, based on the differences, also means that since Jesus is placed as the lamb in John narrative, Mark, it's already the start of Passover. The preparation day would be for Jesus to be crucified at the moment to be the sacrificed lamb, which henceforth the start of Passover.
Yeah, I'm not.
And then the Mark account
It's a 3-hour
basically is
difference.
saying the Last Supper is Passover.
It's a
which-
3-hour difference, so that wouldn't even make a.
No, it's a full
it wouldn't-
day.
It wouldn't mean a difference. It's a 3-hour difference from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Maybe for the
So,
trial.
I mean, either way, it doesn't. It mean it. The Passover, the Last Supper was before that, the day before that. 3 hours isn't going to make a difference, buddy. It's still the day before.
Yeah, exactly. Hence, the day before would be a contradiction.
I pulled this up. Y'all
Oh,
want to look at it? I'm gonna share
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
This is what we have to do. We have to grasp at straws. Can't we find an actual contradiction rather than having all
Yeah,
of
there-
these
I'll
interpretations?
give you a
This
good-
is such
a
a
really good-
boring, nonsensical
boring.
debate for me. Because quite frankly, you already told me that you're walking into the scripture with the idea that you already know what you believe, and you're just going to walk your way back. So the fact that you're
No.
being super generous,
No, never said that.
well, of course you said, because okay, when you read the Book of Mormon, you have the same sense of accommodation.
Yes.
You do. So
I read
you're-
it in context and try to
Okay.
render what the author is communicating. Now, I
Okay.
may not agree with what the author says.
Okay. So what
but I
tools do you
I
use?
do at least give them that much respect, but I don't see
Okay.
that on the side of the skeptic.
I'm not talking about me. I'm asking you what tools do you use when you're scrutinizing
Passover,
the Book
yeah.
of Mormon?
Again, I read the Book of Mormon in context, which is what you guys refuse to do with the Bible.
No,
And I
no.
render what the
No,
Book of Mormon, what the author is communicating. That I can ascertain.
So
Whether
based
or not he's telling the truth about the Naphites or the whoever, the
But-
people groups in the reform the Egyptian hieroglyphics, that's another issue.
Okay. Good point.
But I
So
can at
like-
least render what the text is communicating.
Right.
You guys struggle with that, with
Stop
metaphors.
telling
and
us what we do.
similes and-
I'm asking you what you do. So when you you just mentioned you compare what you're reading to the truth.
No,
You said it, right?
no, I didn't say that. I said I
So you
compared.
said-
I said I read in context what the author is communicating. That's
Finish
what
the
I.
sentence. You said okay. So what you said is you compare what was written compared to the truth about the Nephites or whatever
No.
they were, right? You
No,
didn't say
I
that-
didn't say anything about comparing it to truth. I said that doesn't mean that I have somehow figured out whether or not the historical claims are true.
Okay.
I'm
So-
I'm rendering what the author is communicating or trying my best to the best of my ability based
Okay.
on the context that he gives. You guys,
So
I
don't
can
tell
give
us
you
what we do.
several examples.
Don't tell us what
but
we
you're
do.
not
I'm
doing
asking
that.
you.
You're
I'm
just
asking
simply
you.
not.
This is something called metacognition. I need you to think about the way you think. When you're reading a text, you're judging the veracity of that text to a standard. Where
No,
do you
I'm
get
not.
that standard? That's what everybody does. That's just human
No,
nature. That's what we do.
No, when I read a text,
Yes.
I am not judging it. I do that after I render, if I choose to do that, it's after I render what the author is communicating first. If you had
Yes.
done that with Genesis, you would not
not-
have compared it to the scientific consensus about the age of the earth.
I'm
Because
not.
Moses never intends to give you the
Okay.
age of the earth. But when you went into it, you had the same presupposition, although on the opposite side, you had presuppositions that the young earth creationist has, only in the opposite direction. I
But
went in, when I read it, I went in without any presupposition, and I found out that Moses never intended to communicate either. He
okay,
never intended to tell you the age of the earth. So what are you arguing with the Christian about? With the young
I'm
uncreationist
not
about?
arguing. I'm not listen.
You're
Understand?
arguing over your presuppositions. That's what
No,
you're arguing over.
no. Again, you're telling. I'm asking you about you, and you're telling me about me.
And
Hear
I'm
what I'm
telling
saying.
you constantly over and over how I
Listen,
read the Bible based
and
on the context in which it's written.
Okay, let's
you're-
let Chris get his sentence out here, and then let Jill respond. Okay,
right.
please.
What I'm saying to you is everybody. When they read, if I read a sentence that says the apple is orange, right? In order for me to judge the veracity of that sentence, I have to know the orange that they're describing. If I look at the apple that they're describing, if the apple I'm looking at is not orange, I can now judge the veracity of that sentence. That's false. When you read a sentence, you have an internal truth set. You have an internal knowledge set that you're comparing, that you're judging the sentences on whether or not it passes the veracity test. So what I'm asking you is, and what it sounds like to me, and you please correct me when I'm wrong, when you read the Bible, you're already saying this is true.
False.
So therefore,
Again,
right,
when I read the Bible, this is what I
Yes.
do presuppose. I'm not suggesting that I don't have presuppositions.
Right.
You're just confused as to what they are. My presupposition is this: what I am reading, the language that I am reading, is
Right.
not the same as mine, or not in a one-to-one sense as to how
Okay.
I might use the language today. That is what I presuppose. That is what I wish atheists would presuppose when they read the Bible, but they don't. They presuppose that the language being used is rendered how they would interpret that same word today. They do it with slavery, they do it with jealousy, they do it with God repenting, they do it with a host of biblical terms and phrases, which means that you guys are the ones that are reading your bias
Stop telling
and
us what we
presuppositions,
believe.
not
I'm asking you
us.
what you believe.
Not us.
So
Okay.
so when you, with all due respect, Robin, hear what I'm
Or
saying.
those who read the Bible like
He's
me.
bouncing. He's not hearing. He's not either not listening or doesn't want to answer my question.
I
The
did answer
reality
your
is this.
question.
No, you didn't.
Okay,
So when
ask
you
it
read
again.
the,
I'll try to answer it in a
go
different
ahead.
way.
When you read the sentence, John 3:16, how do you test that as a truth claim?
How do I test what? As a
John
truth?
3:16 as a truth claim.
My interpretation? How
No,
do
no.
I
What?
test
How
it?
do you know whether or not that's true or not?
All right, now you're asking a different question because you were talking about interpretation. Now you're moving the goalposts to truth,
No.
whether or not something is true. And I tried to show you,
talking about truth
I tried
testing.
to show you that there's a distinction between the two
It's
in the
still the
case
same
of the Book of
question.
Mormon. But
It's
again, you don't
still,
listen too well.
I do listen. You're not answering the question. How do you test the truth claim of John 3:16? Just like how do you test the truth claim of the apple is
Okay,
orange?
you're asking a different question, which
It's the
I
same
tried to
question.
show
It's the
you.
same question.
There, okay,
It's the same question.
you know it's not the same question because you were talking about interpretation at one point.
No, I'm not talking.
You were
I'm talking about how do you.
okay, where did you get the 6 hour from? How did you know that this was the right interpretation? That's what you were speaking about. Now I have to render whether or not John actually recorded, whether or not a crucifixion actually happened. That's a different set of apologetics, quote unquote, for that answer. Okay.
All right,
So
and I
if
want to jump in here a minute. Okay, I want to jump in here a minute because I thought of something when you said it. Like I would say that as a Christian, when I read the Bible, I did not go to find out much of what was going on. I just read it like a book, and I would say that most of there are a lot of lazy, atheists and who are lazy thinkers. Or people are just lazy thinkers sometimes, and we're lazy about our language when we speak to each other. But I know a lot of atheists that I interact with who talk about this, who actually go to the scholars of that. And I know that you think there's a separation between liberal and whatever, but it's like if we're going to the Old Testament, like the Jewish scholars, like these are their people and so they have like more. They have other books that speak on these things that actually give like definitions of the words and the context of the events. And so I feel like that when we go to people who have like slavery, I probably don't judge the word slavery in the Bible just based on what I think it says. But I went to Dr. Josh, you know what I mean, who speaks a lot on it, has written a huge book on slavery in the Bible. And Dr. Josh presents out a whole really good argument on why it is slavery, just like what we're thinking of. You know, there is two different kinds. So I think I think that that's the problem, Jill, that we have when you say that, because we do. I feel like the atheists do a lot of that. We do. We go check in there to make sure, or some of us do, to check to make sure that the context that we're applying to it is consistent with what you know, the time frame and what they would have meant at that time. I mean, I know that like if I read the book and I come to you and say, "Oh, there's got slavery," that you know that then yeah, I'm being lazy about that.
If Dr. Josh and subsequently you did that, you would not believe Leviticus 25 promoted slavery or the enslavement of human beings. You just simply wouldn't. And I can walk you through it. I can walk you through it just like I
let him walk him through it. He loves doing this.
I can walk you through it just like I did Dr. Josh.
I'm just gonna say, I trust Dr. Josh like that. Like I know you
just like I did Dr. Josh during our debate. I can walk you through it just like I did him.
Okay.
And he changed his view on Leviticus 25, at least for that day.
It sounds like you want to live by.
I got the video evidence to prove it.
You want to live by Leviticus 25 standards. You go right ahead.
We still do today.
And so Exodus 21 standards. You go right ahead.
We still do today.
But Joe, I still want you to help me understand your cognitive process, because if I'm going to use the example again. If I said to you, the apple is orange, right? The way you read that is you look at the sentence, you look at the statement, that's making a truth claim. You're then going to look at the apple that is being described.
That's not what I would do first. Can I give you the process again?
Go ahead, give me the process then.
Okay. The first thing I would do is I would figure out what apple means to you. Are you from the hood? Are you from the suburbs? Are you from 1950? Are you from 2026? Okay. That's the first step. Atheists fail. And
tell me what you do.
In my opinion, the majority fail in making that first step. And even in your example, you failed that first step. You didn't even think about that first step. Okay. But that should be the first step. What did the word apple mean to these people who wrote it in their time? And of course, I would have to seek some sort of expert opinion on that because I wasn't there to experience or to hear the language and to know what that would have meant to them. And then I would go about the truth claim, the second part of my exegesis, if you will. Okay, is this true? That's not even exegesis at that point. That's just rendering the text, or as far as its historicity is concerned, and comparing it to other historical claims. And, does it line up with archaeology, et cetera, et cetera. So those are two different, edges of the sword, although the same sword.
Mm-hmm.
You need both. I would say you have to do both. And in many cases, only the text is rendering is what you will have, because we just haven't dug up everything in the ground. There's not much excavation going on in a lot of these regions because they're run by Muslims. But hopefully that'll change soon.
So, Jill, have you ever
I'm sorry, real quick. Can we pause for a second?
Trump 2028.
Can we pause for a second? He is so full of shit, by the way. There's no way he approaches a sentence of the apple is orange by going through all that bullshit. He's lying. Can we call that one?
Give you, I understand that, but I'm just trying to give you what should be done when you're dealing with an ancient text. You gave me a modern sentence with the yes, and I would presuppose that you are using modern renderings or usages of those terms and words. I would assume that, yes, but I would not assume. But I have to presuppose when I go into an ancient book that that's not the case. So that's the only presupposition you should have.
But this is what I'm trying to
We
say.
shouldn't be. We should
I'm
be here
using-
first.
But what I'm saying, Joe, is I use
Not
the
second.
simple. I use the simple, obvious, like dynamic of the way I discern a truth claim is I take this statement and I compare it to my perception of my reality, or whatever the case might be. Right? If
But
I
you have
have
to
that,
know what that truth claim says first. You have to know what is being said. If
but
it's in
that's why I kept
Spanish, you have to interpret
but
it, right?
that's why I kept it real simple. It's a truth claim saying that the apple is orange, or whatever whatever. That's why I'm trying to keep it simple so that we don't get lost in the woods, right? So the
All right.
process of looking at that sentence, all right, this is a descriptive sentence that's making a truth claim. Now, when you have more esoteric kind of statements, like I was saying, like John 3:16, your foundation of knowledge, your foundation of discernment, your determination of what's true, what's not, has to be so much more sophisticated. And what I'm saying, what I'm asking you is, because of that, because of all those moving parts, there's so many places where your biases and your preconceived notions are going to make you especially vulnerable to believing false things. So this goes back to my original question.
I
What
understand
steps
what
do you
you're
take to
saying.
protect against that?
Okay, I understand the same things you take to protect against your biases. So the
Right.
the
Do you know what those
skeptic
are, though?
has the same problem. You haven't done anything to,
Right.
to distinguish yourself from the Christian. You go in as a skeptic saying God doesn't exist.
No, I
I
don't.
go in saying God does exist.
No. I go
Joe,
into
that's
the,
not true.
So
right.
You
what's the
haven't
difference?
substantiated
Do you go in?
Genesis 1:1 as being true, and therefore we have according to the scripture, we have a requirement to make sure that we're not deceived by false teachers, false prophets, false messiahs, that there is supposedly a supernatural entity who is going to deceive the whole world. So looking at Genesis 1:1 and verifying that it is authentic is what we're doing. Okay?
All right.
And when we ask
First,
you
you
and
need to know what it
press you
says.
to basically come up with a table or a juxtaposition between 4 different accounts, for instance, and say, hey, these really don't line up very well. And I was going to ask you if you've ever taken the time to juxtaposition or
What-
create a table of the 4 gospel accounts of some of the major events, like the crucifixion, like
There
like
are
the
no
burial, like the
contradictions
empty
in the 4
tomb, the legs
Gospels.
broken, the manner of death,
But
the
every-
last words,
okay.
all of
All
those
right,
things.
relax. Listen to me. Listen to my words. Listen to my pulse. There are no contradictions in the Synoptic Gospels.
Okay,
You guys
I
have
asked
been
you a question
arguing this for
specifically.
30
I asked you
years
specifically
now.
a question, and I
Sheesh.
presented you with evidence that was using the scripture of not
No,
being
you did
deceived.
not. You
There
did not.
are have you taken the time to juxtaposition or
yes.
create a table like
Yes,
Bart Ehrman
they're
asks?
all a lie. They're all farce.
How
they're
are they
all
alive?
selling
It's
books.
quoting
They're
the
selling
gospels, the 4
books.
gospels.
You
Wait a minute,
fell
wait,
for
wait,
the
wait, wait.
rules.
Wait a minute.
They're just selling books, and you fell for it because you're an internet atheist that doesn't research like I have.
Wait a minute.
So
Wait.
present your table. I'll present mine.
So you're saying there's no difference in any of the stories of the 4 gospels. Is that what you're saying? Jill?
Differences, yes, but no contradictions.
There's no contradictions.
Zero in the entire Bible.
So
Zero.
Robin just pulled up, according to her information, that John is displaying the Passover a full day before.
No, that's your assumption.
It's not my assumption.
A full
it's
day
in
before.
your book.
All right, here's the timeline.
It's
I put
in
it
your
in the
book.
side chat for you so you can read it. All right. Again, the Passover was the day before that. So I don't know where you're coming
Yes.
up with.
There's
All right,
2
so
different
he was
days. It
sentenced
can't
by
be the same
Pilate
day. Mark cannot
about
be
6
describing
a.m.
the same day as
The
John.
crucifixion is about 9 a.m. and the 6th hour is 12 noon. That's where the darkness fell. Darkness fell around 12 noon. So again, we have a timeline. I don't know where you're getting some sort of. Now you're throwing a different event into it, the Passover meal. Now you're trying to throw another event in and say, well, what time did this happen? The text doesn't tell you what time that happened.
But this is a justification for it to be kept on Roman time versus
Yeah, that's a poor
Jewish
argument.
time.
That's a non
Why
sequitur.
is it a poor
sir.
argument? Why
That's
is it
a
a poor
non
argument?
sequitur. He's describing the trial. Let John use whatever time system he wants to use to describe the trial, and whatever time system he wants to use to describe something else. Let the author have that prerogative. You don't get to dictate we should be using the same system in both instances.
But this argument goes both ways. You haven't provided the evidence that we're on Roman time in John. The Passover grounds that we're talking about an event that's a Jewish event, not a Roman event.
It's a non sequitur, sir. You need to try a new angle.
All right.
It's a non sequitur.
Jill, you know,
it doesn't follow that because it's the Passover and it's Jewish that John now has to tell us that the event, which is a different event, meaning the trial, he has to now render that in the Jewish time system. Are the
times the same? Yes or no?
Or what time's the same?
You pick one: crucifixion, trial, or
one is talking about the trial, the other is talking about the crucifixion, another account is talking about when the darkness fell. They're all talking about 3 separate events.
Okay, so do they line up according to the Gospels?
Yes, they do. They line up perfectly.
No, they don't.
Sentencing
they don't line up perfectly.
If they 6 a.m.
We wouldn't waste an hour on this
9 a.m.
if that was true. It's
the
just
darkness falling 12 a.m.
Okay, that's 3 hours.
You had to throw in the Passover now, right? When did the Passover happen? Now doesn't tell you what time the Passover happened, but more than likely it happened the day before.
Yes, the Passover distinguishes the difference between 2 different days between the Mark account and the John account. This also grounds it that it's talking about Jewish time, not Roman time, because Passover is not a Jewish holiday. I'm sorry, not a Roman holiday. I got that inverted. Right? So you can't ground this. That I haven't been shown any evidence that John is on Roman time. I've only been shown evidence that John is on Jewish time.
Just, you know what, to be honest, just my 2 cents, because I have to actually go. I really kind of don't care what Jill wants to. And by the way, I wish I had a better name to call you Jill, but whatever. What you personally believe. I'm going to wear my politics on my sleeve. The issue I have, and you kind of let the mask slip a little bit, is based on your deeply held beliefs, which I'm of the impression you really just kind of adopted them and never really kind of researched them. Like you started with a conclusion and worked your way back, but that's fine. Is the problem is that your mission, if you will, is to push a narrative so that the rest of us, as we try to discern what is truth, and when we're talking about medicine and law and how we shape societies and how we just kind of like decide what's the marketplace of ideas. The beef I have with you, Jill, is that you want to poison the well so that no matter, as long as a person has convictions, they have a seat at the table. And I'm making the argument that I think people who convictions isn't enough to call you to make your argument valid. Believing something deeply enough is not enough to make your argument valid. And I honestly think you're doing damage to our education system, if you will, to our culture, by saying that because you believe something strongly, that you deserve a seat at the table of the academic. And I think that's the problem I have.
We both believe something strongly, and so you would have to disqualify yourself as well.
No, because
you believe something strongly about the Bible that you can't demonstrate, but that's beside the point.
But understand that I don't have to. But I think you have it backwards. I don't have to demonstrate that the Bible is wrong. I just have to.
Well, you can't even read what it says. You can't demonstrate it wrong first. Right. That's why you started your first step. Your first step in this inquiry of truth did not include rendering what language and what the author's intention was. That's how I know you can't read the Bible to save your life. Because that's the first step. If you eliminate that first step, as you just demonstrated, you did in your analogy, you did not even consider that step. So that's how I know when you approach the text, you do not consider the author's intention. That should be the first step. Before you go searching for whether or not this is true or not, you need to figure out what the author says first.
But why? How many holy books, how many claims about reality deserve a seat at the table? Right now, there's a crazy man writing his
No one who
manifesto.
does not render, you don't
You-
deserve it.
you know
First
what
of
I'm
all,
saying?
you would
You know what
not
I'm
be
saying?
at the table. First and
Here's what
foremost, I
I'm
would
saying.
not allow you there because you can't even demonstrate that you know how
No,
to at least consider the author's intention before you try to judge
but
it and
that's
test it.
not my job to do.
I know it's not your job. You don't
So why
feel as
would
though
I
it's your
though?
job.
No.
You don't
It's not
feel as though it's
anybody's
your
job.
job.
Jill,
You don't
listen.
have to do that step. You can just go in willy nilly and say, "This is what it means to
Listen to what I'm
me,"
saying.
and
Jill,
now I'm going to prove it wrong because this is what science says.
but Jill, understand this. It's not even about
Game
science,
over.
by the way. It really what it boils down to is this: why should I give the Bible its due diligence and not the Dianetics and not
You can
the
give
the
whatever
Code of
you want,
Hammurabi?
then don't
But
judge
so
it. Then
then at that point, then nothing.
don't judge it.
Then
Then
nothing.
it's not
Right.
it's not an honest judgment. If
It-
you're
it-
not rendering what the author's intending to say, and you're reading into it what you want it to say, then you're judging it.
No,
That's
no, no.
called propping up a straw man just
No,
to
no,
knock
no,
it down
no,
again.
no. That's saying
That's
that
what you
I
do with
don't.
Genesis. That's what you do with Revelation. You
No.
prop up your straw men,
Mhm.
your wooden literal reading where
Mhm.
stars are falling from the sky. You prop up your straw man and say, "See, this doesn't work. This doesn't work with science."
So
So
why
all
do you
I'm
do it?
suggesting here, Chris, all I'm
Mhm.
suggesting is that when you go into the biblical text,
Right.
remove your anti-supernatural bias. Well, you don't really have to. You can keep your anti-supernatural bias, but
Okay.
just remove. Well, try to read the Bible and try to gain what the author is intending to communicate, not what you want the Bible to say, so that you can make it render it
No.
ridiculous.
So what you're saying is, and tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm making a mistake here. That I have to be as generous as possible to the Bible when I read it.
Did I say generous or did I say read the author's intention? Don't read into it what you think the word jealous means to you today.
But
Try
that's
to
not.
determine
Mhm.
what the author meant by slave. What did the
Okay.
people in the ancient Near East mean when they said slave? When they said slave, they meant someone who worked.
But what does
Simply
that?
that.
What does? But do you think? Okay. So do
Okay.
you think?
So therefore,
You,
when I read a verse about a slave being purchased, I don't assume the antebellum South
do you
because
think
the word
those are the?
purchase to them meant something entirely different than what it meant to us today.
But do
So
you
you
think
make
that?
this mistake without even realizing it, Libro.
Let
You
me.
make this mistake every time you read the
Liberal.
Bible.
Whatever.
But like,
You make that
You know.
mistake.
So
like
listen. But
even the Jewish scholars, though, even the
Not this with
Jewish
time.
scholars, okay,
Even
Yeah.
wait.
even the Jewish scholars,
well, no, they make a
admit-
different mistake.
wait a
They
minute,
make different mistakes. Okay,
they
not
will.
the same mistake.
They are. This is about the Jewish people. This is about their laws. Even the Jewish scholars will say that there's two different definitions for slave. Like they had a different idea of what a servant or slave was for a Jewish person and a non-Jewish person. So there was a difference. Like the Jewish people, you had to release after 7 years. You could not keep them. But the non-Jewish people, you could pass off to your children. So that is definitely a different definition of slavery, depending
Okay.
on the
Well, let me ask you this. Let me,
the
because
origin of the slave.
Dr. Josh tried this and got embarrassed in debate. Let me ask you this: is there a different system? Are there different rules for people who come over here to America who are not citizens, who are not born here? Are there
This is-
different rules?
Okay,
No.
this is not. Let's just talk about what
Can they
happened
vote?
there.
Can they vote? Or are they supposed to vote? Under Biden, we know
No,
they
they
did.
should not vote. No.
Okay, they should not vote. So there are different rules and privileges for people
not talking
who are
No, no, no.
actual citizens,
No,
right?
they can become citizens. You said
Okay,
come over
yes,
here.
they
You
can
didn't
become
clarify citizens.
Wait a
They
minute.
can
Wait a minute.
become citizens. So
So
can
okay,
the
but
people that come to Israel. All right, so hold on.
we
Walk
still
with
call
me.
them people, though. We still call them
Walk
people.
with them.
Like
We can call them whatever you want to call them. In their day, they were called avets. Avet meant someone that worked for a living.
let's just
Okay.
use the slavery. Let's use the
So-
slave.
Yeah.
I know,
You know
I
what,
know.
Jill?
I
This
know
is,
they
this
use
is
the
going
word
off
slave.
the deep end.
Well, hold on. Let me just walk you through this. Okay.
You fed him,
So-
man. You fed him right back to where you wanted to.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's
He led
you know
him
what?
right back into
You're
the
going to
Hollywood
lose
Bowl.
this argument,
she
Jill,
brought it
and you're
up.
going to think you won.
I was
But
just trying to
you
help
lo-
her
you lo- you're
understand.
gonna
I know,
lose.
but look,
So
look,
the
wait a
same
minute.
He knew
problem,
exactly what he
you
was
see the
doing,
same
man.
issue happens with slavery. You see
He knew
that.
exactly what he was
No,
doing.
I want you to stay on the slavery, please, Jill, because I
Okay,
don't
she's
think
the
I
one
can
that's bringing me here. I
understand.
don't know what
All
I'm
right.
doing.
I'm sorry. Can I say one
Apparently,
thing?
I
And
know
then
what
I'm
I'm
gonna go?
doing, right?
I'm gonna
And
say
she's the
one
one
thing,
that's
and then
talking
I'm
about
gonna
it,
say
right?
All right,
one thing.
Chris.
You're gonna go. Sorry. I just want to say this one thing, and this is just again advice to you guys. He wants us to have this conversation. That's why that's why he lays out those trigger sentences. That's why he lays the bait. He wants you to pick up slavery so he can bring it back to where he wants to be, which is a
Well,
conversation about slavery. He
Well,
wants us
slavery is
to
a
pick up.
great
Shut up.
example.
He wants
A
us
great
to pick
example.
up these trigger words because he knows once he says that trigger word, we're gonna jump on it and we go back into the briar patch with him.
I
Yeah.
And
also
that's why
said
I don't want to
jealousy.
bring
And
I
him.
and
also
that's
said
why I keep
Like
jealousy.
trying to
lots of
pull
things.
him back
That's
to
why.
the actual. There is
Right.
an actual moment in
It
which
is
Jill
so
is supposed to
predictable.
take a look at this book and say, "I have sought and I have found." And you know what? He wants us to see what the authors. Let's pin him on what the authors actually intend.
Yeah,
But
let's do
even
that.
more, but
All
even
right.
more,
So
but even
Let's do
more,
let's
that. Let's
read.
see if you can
oh,
do that.
Let's read one simple verse. One simple
Wait,
verse.
before you say
One
this, and
simple
this
verse.
is just, wait.
Red
Before we
flag.
go here, before we
wait a
get
minute,
here,
Chris.
before we
Already
get here,
showing your biblical illiteracy. Red flag.
before we get here, I'm just
One
going to give
simple
you
verse.
guys, Robin and Jimmy, I'm going to give you some advice.
You gave
Because
us
this is a
that.
rhetorical trip. This is a rhetorical trip. Once he gets you back, once he triggers you and baits you into that debate, then he goes back to a place where he never has to see a minute. He never see the point. So the more you keep letting him drag you back into the briar patch, the more you get a circular logic where he just sits back and he talks for going on 3 hours and says nothing really.
Well,
It's a strategy, man.
Well, I mean, you know, like
So-
if,
I'm just saying that. I'm just going to point that out there.
Robin,
You know what I mean?
I know, but
Robin, you
I'm
pulled up.
happy to have him on because there's a lot of people who like to have these discussions with him, and he's like one of the, you know, there's a lot of theists now anymore that aren't even willing to even stand up here and try to defend this. So I appreciate it, but
So,
But
Robin, if
like,
I may finish the point I was trying to
I'm
make.
going to go shut up and let you finish.
Okay.
Yes,
All right,
but
I'm going to
I
go there.
would like to
Thanks for
pick on the
everything,
slavery issue because I do not. The analogy doesn't work across the immigration. Thank you, Chris.
Have a good one, guys.
So it does work because these were immigrants that were coming to Israel for a better life, and some of them wanted to be a part of Israel, some did not. So the ones who wanted to be a part of Israel were adopted into the family of Israel. Scholars call it adoption through manumission. Those who did not want to be a part of Israel, well, they did not have the same privileges as a citizen might have. A citizen, whether he were born or not born, would have the same privileges, but that's something you had to agree to. That wasn't something that was forced on you when you came to the land of Israel. Okay, so that's why you see differences. So a Hebrew, whether he were born a Jew or whether he were from another land like Damascus, for instance, like Eleazar, Abraham's slave, didn't matter. Okay, you had more privileges, more rights. You were not supposed to do harsh labor. So what the Bible calls harsh labor, you were free from. You had that privilege. You didn't have to do that work. Okay, unless you committed a crime, then you're gonna be sentenced to harsh labor. Too bad, right? You broke the law. You also had things like Jubilee. You had other privileges that came along with being a citizen of Israel. But I want you to notice one thing, Robin, in your distinction here, you didn't show me a distinction that showed one being forced and the other one being voluntary.
Okay.
That's
okay,
a distinction I would need to show that the Jews were doing something wrong by having different rules. If the different rules are because you're not a Jew, you're a slave, and because you are a Jew, you are never be a slave, then I would have a problem with that.
What I said was that they had to release the Jews, but they do say that you can take prisoners, like slaves, like from the lands around you. You know, you can do that. And
Leviticus
the Jewish
25.
people, but the Jewish people would have not really been what you call slaves. They would have been a servant. They would have been somebody who was indebted to you, like someone who did not have enough food or something, and so that you had to come to you for help to
are either
survive.
being forced against their will, regardless of what one might have been called or designated as. That's irrelevant, and there's no moral issue. Just because I treat you like a green card holder doesn't mean you're a slave. You just
Okay,
don't have the same rights or privileges. I'm not forcing you to be I'm not forcing you to be here. I'm not
help
forcing
you to
you
the
to
mouth
do
is the
anything
green
against
card.
your
Yeah,
will. You're
it
just a
just
green card
it
holder.
falls so short though, because there's such ownership methodology in
What does
the
ownership
text.
mean in the ancient Near
If
East?
I sell my daughter
What does
to,
selling mean in the ancient Near East? Guys, you're doing this again.
it
You're
says, oh no,
presupposing. You're
Yeah,
you tell me
you're
presupposing.
blind and ignorant, and
Yeah,
Joe.
yeah,
If
sure. You're the
I
one
mean,
blind and
look,
ignorant, and I'm showing it. You're presupposing your
it's
system of words and how you use words like ownership, buying, and purchasing. You are presupposing that is how they use the same terminology. Not even as late as 1600s, those terms were not denoting anything nefarious.
yeah,
To be
it's
owned by
ownership. It's
to be
ownership, Joe.
owned by
It,
someone
it's
in the
it
ancient
is not a
times
green card. It is ownership.
to be owned by someone in the ancient times, especially in the Hebrew times, I'm not so
Yeah,
much in the
it doesn't sound like
1600s,
it doesn't sound like
was
a good quality
actually
God.
something
It
to
sounds like
be
humans.
embraced. It
You're
was something
you're
that
losing the
people
battle because you
actually.
think you're defending God and you're actually
I'll wait
defending
because
humans.
whatever you're saying is just you complaining and bitching and moaning.
No,
I'm actually giving you
I'm
facts.
hearing you
So
not
I'll
tell the
wait until
truth
you finish
and
bitching and
defend
moaning.
and you're
You're
defending
not even
humans.
providing a counter argument because you don't have one. So I'll wait.
My counter argument is that there are contradictions, and we proved it because there's 2 different days. Robin even pulled up on screen what the 2 different days were. I don't care about slavery in the Bible. You wanted to see it in the Old Testament. I have one verse and one verse only. I only need evidence of one simple thing. In the beginning, God created. The first 10 words. I need verification. God is the name of the creator, and God is the orchestrator of the books that follow for the rest of the 1,097 other chapters in the book. That's all I need. If you can provide that, if you can provide that there is a such thing as a God, if you can provide that there's a such thing as a Jesus, a God, if you can provide that there's a such thing as a spirit, if you can provide that there's evidence of any kind of angels, if there's any kind of evil angels, or there's fallen angels or rebellious angels, if you can provide that there's any kind of evidence that there's evil spirits or unclean spirits, if you can provide that there's evidence that there's any kind of demons or devils or a Satan, or any kind of entity like that, or heaven and hell as a place, if you can provide any of those things, then I want to see them. Okay? The Bible does not substantiate any of those things. I call that the bow tie 8. If you can substantiate and provide evidence of any of those things, I would love to see them. A book that contains information about deception and slavery and contradictions, that is a problem to being a good justification to believing Genesis 1:1 is true.
All right, so I'm mad I missed the passion for this. So to try to help you out there with the text in Leviticus 25, the reason why this is important and this is connected to what we were speaking about is because I'm showing you guys that you are. But the last guy left, he sort of got upset that the topic moved to slavery.
He
But
didn't get
I'm
upset.
showing you.
He
I'm
didn't
showing
get
you.
upset.
I'll
Like,
wait.
that is
I'll
such a
wait.
lie, Jill. That is such a lie. I'm going to defend Chris's honor. He
got upset.
wasn't
He
upset.
quit. He rage quit. So I'm showing you guys that you're making the same error of first, the same error he made in his analogy. He did not first try to figure out what apple and orange means to the author. What is he intending by using the apple and orange? Don't just assume that apple and orange means to you what it means to the author. So the first step, Robin, is to go into the Leviticus 25. Look at the context. What was this Eved? What was his designation? Was he there voluntarily? Did someone force him to come there? Get those details
okay. Yeah, I agree.
Before you start screaming slavery, slavery,
I agree.
slavery.
I agree. And I also think that, though, I also think that we need to go to like people who actually have studied all this for, like, I agree with you that we cannot just read the Bible and like interpret it through our modern our modern
Thank you.
language,
Thank
and always be correct about it. I agree 100%, and that's why that we have people who study this stuff, and they study ancient Hebrew civilizations, and they study ancient Hebrew language, and they study ancient Hebrew culture, and the the practices of the time, and the and the actual cultures and practices of the people that lived around the Hebrews too, like the contemporary civilizations that surrounded that and what their practices were, and
Okay.
all of those people agree that there are two different kinds of servitude in the Bible, in the Old
Right,
Testament.
but
That one is
and no, wait,
wait a minute,
Robert,
wait a
stop.
minute.
Hold
I'm,
on.
I'm
Let me
talking now,
stop you.
Jill. I'm talking.
Okay.
I'm talking. Okay, one is
This is
indentured
irrelevant, Robert.
servitude. You're not letting me finish my sentence. One of
Okay,
them is
go ahead.
indentured servitude of your fellow Hebrew,
It's
which
actually
is
3. Yeah.
okay.
So
Now,
so
okay,
we
but
don't
and then there's
disagree with that.
chattel slavery, which
Okay.
it would include, and the thing about it is women. If you sell your daughter into
See,
slavery,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the forest for the trees, or whatever, however you say that term. We don't disagree with that.
okay,
The
so
problem here is that you're using this, or I'll say not you, because you're doing this without even realizing it. I can tell you're not
yeah,
doing this intentionally. The problem here
women
is
in
that
it.
liberal scholarship is using this as an argument
It's not liberal
against the
scholarship.
Bible. Hold
I
on,
mean,
Yeah,
hold on,
it's
hold on,
just
hold on.
scholarship. It's just
Hold on.
scholarship.
No, it's not just
Yes, it
scholarship,
is.
because
It's just
conservative
scholarship.
scholars don't do this. Only critical scholarship does this, because they are doing, I believe it's intentional, but it's a different approach, I'll say. To be nice, I'll say it's a different approach. And I think I know how they're approaching the text. You actually described how they approach the text, which I think is backwards. But that is how liberal scholarship or critical scholarship approaches the text. They approached the text as to what was going on in the Hebrew culture based on what was going on in surrounding nations. Okay,
they have to compare.
a more conservative approach is actually getting into the text itself. And what
No,
did this mean to them? What did this word mean to them and their culture? Not what it meant to the Byzantines, or what it meant to the cultures, the different various groups in Canaan. Like a Dr. Josh, he's an expert in the groups around Israel, but he's not a Hebrew scholar.
I can
Okay.
prove you wrong, Joe. I can
Okay.
prove you wrong
So,
very simply. I just want you to open up your book. I want you to open up your book
well, hold
to
on. I
Exodus
wanted
20. I
before
want you
you
to
get
open up
what,
your
what,
eyes.
I'll
before
get
you
it.
get
What
to
do you want?
that,
What do you want?
I wanted to finish
I
saying
want
what I was
I
trying
want
to say to
I
Robert.
want to know how long it takes, Jill, to read Exodus 20. How
The
long
whole
approximate?
chapter?
The whole chapter. Yeah.
I don't know. I have to time myself.
Yeah. I can tell you it takes Alexander Scorby about 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, great. Good for him.
Yeah. How long do you think that equates to each commandment?
Each
Oh.
commandment?
Yeah.
What do
Yeah.
you mean?
What's
mean,
Exodus
how
20
long is
about?
The 10 Commandments,
The
right?
10 Commandments. That's right.
Mhm.
So approximately 20 seconds for each commandment. How long does it take you to read Exodus 21? In the author's meanings, words, no matter how you want to construct the literary, no matter how you want to interpret
What point are you getting? I don't know. I've never timed
takes
myself.
4
to do
minutes
this.
and 40 seconds. Just
Okay.
over 4 minutes and 30
What if you're a
seconds
fast
for
reader?
one Alexander Scorby. I'm just talking about Alexander Scorby.
Okay. Well, what is your point?
My point
'Cause
is,
I'd like to get back to
how
something
many
that actually
subjects are contained within
Yes.
Exodus 21?
several, I'm sure.
Slavery. One. Just one.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Okay.
one. The author's
Slavery.
intent in the author's usage.
Mm-hmm.
One. One
Okay,
goes
let's
4
go to
minutes
Exodus
and
20. He
30
says only
seconds.
one thing is spoken about in Exodus 21, and that's slavery.
That's
All right,
true.
let's go there.
Let's go. Come on. We got 10 commandments. Got an average of about 20 seconds each.
Exodus 21 is talking about slavery?
Yep.
Only slavery?
Yep.
Okay. What does slavery mean
I'm
to
gonna
them?
pull it up.
You know what? You can put the context any way you want. The 11th
You see,
commandment.
he didn't do it.
The
He didn't do
11th
it.
commandment.
So the problem
According to
again,
me, according to
go
Jimmy
ahead.
Tux,
Go ahead. I'll wait.
the 11th commandment is slavery. You can dismiss the entirety of the first 10. There is, for one content, one discussion, a full chapter. There's 10 in the other one.
Okay. Can you see it?
I just see the three of us.
All right. All right. So
okay, yeah.
he didn't do the first step. Now,
turning.
I'm sorry. Oh, is it my turn to speak?
I don't know about internet. Must be. No, my internet.
So
must
you
be,
notice he did not do the first step, in which I said was required in reading an ancient text. If you're not going to be dishonest or act in good faith, then you would not take this step. And in every instance, the atheist skips over this step to now argue about laws about slaves, which is what Exodus 21 is about. It's about laws regarding how
and
you should
the 10 commandments are about
how
what?
you should treat
And what are the 10 commandments
individuals.
about?
Okay,
Come on, say it.
It's
okay.
When you go into the text,
there's 10 commandments.
They're
called commandments.
I'll wait.
And you're going one.
So yeah, the
and
10
you're talking
commandments
about
are in
what?
a different part of the Bible. Wow,
Yeah.
big deal. Congratulations. All right, so when you go into the text, if you are not defining terms, then you will misread the text more than likely. So we see once again the atheist going into the text. When I asked him what does slave mean to them, he laughed, because what is he trying to do?
That's not the point.
He's trying to go into the text and redefine what slave means.
Oh no,
he wants to
define
it the way he would define slave today.
That's false.
Then he reads that
Jill,
into
you are
the
being
Hebrew
dishonest.
text.
You are being a liar right now. I'm telling you to your face or your
now
icon.
He's debunked it.
You are being a liar.
No, you haven't.
Yes,
so
I
before
have.
we begin, I would need each of you to define slavery according to the Hebrew
I don't
culture,
care what the definition of slavery
not your
is.
culture.
How long does it
Thank
take
you.
you to read Genesis?
I'll wait for that definition.
Sorry, Exodus 20. And how long does it take you to read Exodus 21? How many subjects are in Exodus 20? How many subjects are in Exodus 21? And that's all I asked for. That's all I asked for. So you want the author to be the narrator here. You want the meanings to be up to the author. You've got it. You've got it right here. One subject takes a full chapter. 10 subjects make a one chapter. Guess which one they really focus on? It's right there in front of you.
Hello.
I'm still here.
Did he leave?
I'm letting him breathe.
Oh. Let him up for air. I like the part that says, if you sell your daughter into servitude, she does not go free like the men do though. So
what's your definition of slave, Robin?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter. Then
what's your definition of thou shalt not murder?
When you actually are ready to engage, you will define your terms. If you want to be dishonest,
how am I being dishonest? How am I being
defining your terms?
You
define your
wanted
terms,
us to use the author. I don't care about what these terms are. It's the author's terms. The author,
define your terms.
The author's terms.
Otherwise, we really don't
author's
care.
terms of whatever it says here to mean sell.
Maybe you can, Robin,
because
I know he won't.
The most generous one.
Maybe he won't, but maybe you will, Robin. Define your terms. What did the ancient Hebrews mean by slave or slavery?
Okay, that's what I was going to say, because you told me a while ago that I had to figure that context out of what the author was trying to say, right? So, like, what my definitions for those terms is irrelevant. I need to go and find out exactly what the definitions were according to those people.
Well,
right?
let me educate you. Let me give you, before you go in.
No. Read the 10 Commandments and see how long it takes you. Read the 10 Commandments in Exodus 20 and see how long it takes you to read about slavery in Exodus
when I
21.
feel like it. Thank you.
That's all you got to do.
Robin, so here's what I would do. This is what I would presuppose so that I don't go in with any biases, right? Because we have something in mind when we see the word slave and immediately an image populates in our head, right? So this is what I did to help stop me from having that bias, which is what you all have right now. Okay. I read the lexicon. I went to the lexicon and I said,
Definition
hold
of
on.
slave
I'm almost
in
done.
ancient Hebrew.
I went to the lexicon and I said, I looked up the word because I want to know what this word could have meant. And I found that there are actually 3 different definitions, okay, for the word eved. One is a slave, as we would define slave today, okay? 2 is a servant or a worker, right? Like a maid or a butler. There it is. Scroll back up. It'll show you. Scroll back up. It'll show you. Worker / servant or slave, okay? So you can have all 3. All 3 can be possibly spoken about when we see the word slave in the even in the English translations. All right, so now that we know that, now that's the only presupposition you should have, that the word eved or slave can mean someone who volunteers, a regular worker, a servant like a maid or a butler, or it could mean someone who was actually being forced. Okay, now let's go to like Exodus 21. See that? You have to do that exercise first. If you don't do that, you will come into the text with your definition of slave and now force that into the text when it's not even speaking about that type of slave.
I'll give you the most lenient version of that you want. It is still a comparison of time and focus about 10 to 20 times more about this one subject versus the 10 subjects that are in the previous chapter.
All right, so now let's go to the text now. Now that we've done that homework, we just didn't open up the book and start reading, oh, look, slave. All right, so now let's go to Exodus.
What's the
focus?
Go to
Exodus now?
Admit
now,
it, Jill.
That was premise 1 in my slavery challenge, which Jay Paxton couldn't even get past premise 1. Because he couldn't.
I don't care who Jay
Paxton
Paxton is. I don't even know who that is. We're talking about the Holy Bible here, Jill. You don't need to quote mine.
All right, so now that we know this, can we go back to Exodus and now let's read in light of what we learned about the word eved?
Just read it off. See how long it takes you to read one subject,
which is translated into as slave.
You can change it. You can change it to, or find the most favorable translation you want.
Well, the context is going to determine which one we should be using. The context. So if it says
perfect,
I'll give
you any one you want.
So if it says,
bring it to the author.
So if it doesn't
matter.
So if it says he was kidnapped by the Israelites and forced into to be an aved, then we would translate it what? As slave, as we would say a slave is today. If it says this person was purchased, they worked, and when Abraham died, they were in line to inherit all of Abraham's wealth. Speaking of the slave from Damascus, Eleazar. Then we know this is not that type of slave. This is a servant or a maid. Okay? So let's do that now. Let's pull up the text. Why are we so afraid to pull up the text now? Let's pull up the text now and see what it says. What does the context demand?
The point is how much focus there is on.
Point is you're finished. Thank you for taking the slavery challenge.
Hey, you
thank you very much.
You have the 10 Commandments superseded by whatever servitude that you want to talk about.
Wow. So Exodus 21 is protection for slaves.
Or superseding.
Mm-hmm. So the 10 Commandments supersedes the protection for eveds and workers.
You think it came from God?
Congratulations.
I think it came from somebody.
God is so immoral. Our God is so bad. He doesn't have the right order.
Or it's not
he didn't
a God.
Put it in the right order that this guy thinks he should. Jimmy says it should be in this order.
God it's says, not a God.
I'll put the 10 Commandments first. Then I'm going to talk about protecting workers.
Or it's somebody who scammed a bunch of people into becoming indebted servitudes.
Wow. What a discovery.
Okay. Can I look? I brought up. I've got these definitions up here of the slavery. Like, you got debt slavery and indentured servitude, which I would say was pretty much voluntary. You know, I mean, like it says, work off, pay off debts. Okay, that's pretty much common. That's ones you have to release on Jubilee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then you have the chattel slaveries of foreigners, which were you could go and purchase slaves from your neighboring nations who became permanent inheritable property.
That's right. That's adoption through manumission, right?
Well, what? Okay, that's what. Yeah, whatever you want to say. But it says purchase. I don't know. But then you have captives.
Right. What did purchase mean to them?
Yeah. Okay, that's right. So
got to do that. You have to do that in every instance.
I'll let you have that one. I'll give you that one. I will give you that one. Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you all the easy ones.
All right.
No problem.
Captives of war. Captives of war. Okay. Like captives of war are not going to be voluntary.
No.
Slaves.
No, they're not. And we don't suggest that they are. So if you are captured during war, or if you are a prisoner, and I make this, that's premise 2 in my biblical slavery challenge, you would be a ward of this, what we would call a ward of the state, or basically state property. So when we say someone is state property today, we just simply mean that the state is responsible for them to feed them 3 hots and a cot, we would say. Yes. Okay, we don't mean that the state owns them like they're a piece of furniture.
Basically. But like even our Constitution, when it eliminated slavery.
No, it did not.
It eliminated all slave. It eliminated. Wait a minute now.
Except in what? Except in what case?
Exactly, and it calls it. That's what I'm saying.
If you are convicted of a crime,
that's right. You are considered.
You can be made a ward of the state. Such was the case in Israel. We don't have a problem with that.
But it's still slavery.
Okay. Jail is slavery. Okay.
No, the fact that
jail's not slavery.
The fact that we force them to work.
We force people to work in jail today.
No, that was ruled out in the 70s.
The chain gangs did not go away till much later, actually. What they have now is a more sophisticated form of work in prison.
Yeah, we allow them to earn wages now, but when we did not pay them, when we had them working chain gangs,
they were paid a very small salary. But I would argue they did not. I would argue they should not have got paid anything. I would argue, like the Hebrews did, that if you committed a crime, you should not be paid anything. You pay restitution. You're the one that owes society, not society doesn't owe you a dime.
Okay,
so that's what I would argue.
My point was,
if I'm living in Canaan, and
yes.
the ancient Hebrews
Thank you, Robin.
came into Canaan, and they attack my civilization, and they kill my parents and all that good stuff, and they take me captive. I have not committed a crime.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay,
let's do Genesis.
Captives.
Come on, Jill. Let's go toe to toe on this one. Now I'm ready to engage in slavery. Now that
before you try to jump to something else.
So this is slavery.
About war captives, right? Well, let me respond to what she said first, and then we'll deal with your conundrums or your issue, which is not a conundrum for me. But when you're talking about war, and Dr. Josh did this in our debate, he couldn't find it in Leviticus 25. And I asked him clearly, where are the Israelites rounding up people, kidnapping people, stealing them from other nations and forcing them to be slaves? It says they come from other nations. So they were doing the same thing that free blacks were doing in the antebellum South. They were buying black slaves, not to abuse them like the white slave master did, but to adopt them into their family. So the Israelites were charged with doing that as well. In fact, Israel was a hub for freedom. It was sort of like the Mason-Dixie line of the ancient Near East. People would run to Israel for freedom.
Chill.
But to answer your question,
I've seen some Louis Gates Jr. documentaries. I don't believe that's fully true.
Good for you. You've seen some Louis Gates. Good for you. He'll tell you that there were free blacks that were purchasing slaves. He will tell you that. Yes, he will. Okay, I guarantee you, if you ask him, he will tell you that, because that's what was happening. And where did those Christians get that idea from? The Bible, Leviticus 25. Okay? So what you would need to do is you would need to start defining what it means to be purchased. You can't just read these words and say, look, owning another person is slavery. Whoever redefined, probably Matt Dillahunty, whoever redefined slavery to mean that, because that's not what Geneva concluded. Because Geneva realized that people are still using these designations, purchasing, owning. They're using these in other countries, and there's no issue. Okay, we still have a remnant. We still have a remnant of that today in our culture.
But if you go into a country and you kill all these, you go in there and you just attack a civilization and you kill people and you take.
You're talking about war. I'm sorry.
Let
me
wait a
give
minute.
you my answer before I
These
forget.
are not prisoners of war because
I
they're
know.
not
They're war survivors. They're war
they're not
survivors. So
combatants.
okay, they're non-combatants. You would have been captured, and rightfully so, because the goal was not to leave you. The goal was to actually take care of you so that no harm would come upon you, and that, let's say there were barbarians, and there were in those days, especially women and children. If you were left to fend for yourself, you were pretty much good as dead. So God instructs the Israelites to take the women and children and marry them. You may marry them. He's not forcing them to marry, but you may marry them. And that was a form of adoption into what's it called? Manumission through adoption. So you're adopting now these people who now have no home, have no village because it's been burnt to the ground. Their men are dead. Now they become a part of the tribe of Israel. Now, let's say you wanted to run away and escape. Would they chase you down? I couldn't say, but you were pretty much dead if you did run. I doubt anyone ran, because running away into the wilderness, if you were a woman with children, was pretty much a death sentence. So they were compelled, because this is war. That's why I make an exception here, just like we make an exception today, when we have to capture non-combatants for their safety.
I gotta interrupt you. I gotta do something.
Those are not slaves, okay?
I'm gonna leave y'all here talking. I'm gonna be right here, but I'm gonna have to mute for a minute. I've got something going on here, so you're gonna have to leave me out of the conversation. But yeah.
Okay. So we don't call those individuals, when that happens today, and we have to round up an entire village because it's just been napalmed, and we have to transport them to some sort of base, a few miles down. We don't call that slavery. Okay, it is an internment camp. There are men with guns. You cannot leave because you could be someone who's a spy. So we're still at war. So we do make an exception in those cases during war for even detainees or captives who are non-combatants. We do not call that slavery. So because we don't call that slavery today, I'm not going to try to suggest the Hebrews were practicing slavery, because I read that in the Bible. So don't even waste your time going over to Deuteronomy 20 or passages that speak about end war strategies, how to deal with people during war, the survivors, etc., the prisoners of war, etc. That's not fair. It's dishonest, but it just shows how desperate liberal scholarship is, because that's really all they have.
So,
quick
question then: How does enslavement or some variation of servant, this kind, gentle version that you're explaining, how does it start in the Bible?
Voluntarily.
Voluntarily. Okay, perfect.
The first order.
I'm going to write that down. Voluntarily. Voluntarily.
The first order.
Enslavement starts voluntarily. Got it?
No, not enslavement. Enslavement would be
servants.
Someone
starts
else
voluntarily,
forcing you to be a slave. That would be enslavement. So that would be outlawed in Scripture.
So servitude. What form of servitude are we agreeing upon? How does it start in the Bible?
How does servitude start in the Bible? Depends on
the kindest, gentlest, most sincere form of human helping other humans. When does it start in the Bible? And
it starts with you learning how to read the Bible first.
Okay, I'm about to give you a lesson, so you're about to learn about the Bible real quick.
Oh, really? You just like you taught me about Exodus 21, right?
I did teach you. How long does it take you to read about 10 commandments versus one subject, slavery? Whatever version of slavery you want to call it.
I don't care. 10 commandments before he talked about slavery. Oh, what a horrible God.
The thing is, the content is pretty clear. There's 10 subjects for one chapter, and it takes you a minute less to read about 10 subjects versus one subject.
Wow.
That is a pretty clear indication that potentially that this didn't come from a supreme being. It came from a con man who is getting people to work for them for free.
Right. Even though the biblical text says you must pay your workers, right, genius? Didn't know
Does
that.
it say that? When does it say that? When does it say to start paying your workers? When?
It says
Come
that
on.
very early on in the text.
Does Abraham scam royalty because he wanted to start paying his servants?
Abraham and Eliezer are an example of what a Hebrew owner or master would and a slave relationship would look like. Yes.
Okay, servitude.
What
Let's go to
example do
Genesis.
you have?
Come
What
on,
example
Genesis
do you have?
9. Come on,
Hold on.
read it
Wait a
up.
minute,
Pull it up.
wait a minute.
Genesis
Don't
9.
run away. Don't run away, liberal.
Genesis
What
9.
example
Pull it
do
up.
you
Pull it
have?
up.
Can you show me one example
Yeah.
of a Hebrew slave relationship in which you are promoting that was the case in Israel?
Yes.
I could show you Eliezer
Well, not the case in Israel.
and Abraham was a
Okay.
voluntary relationship.
Voluntary?
Abraham had an Aved. His name was Eliezer. He was not a Hebrew. So
Okay.
according to you, he should have been treated even worse. He should have been
Oh,
beaten
boy.
to half his life.
That's
Okay.
right.
He was from Damascus, yet he was Abraham's trusted servant. And if Eliezer did not have a son, he would be the heir to Abraham's throne. So what
Mhm.
kind of a slave is that? If that's a slave, sign me up. In fact, I want
Noah?
to be Bill Gates' Eved. How about that? How about
So,
that, Robert? Sign me up.
Here is the course
I'll
of
work for
action
him
for
for
the
life.
first
I'll
time
clean his dishes.
servitude.
I'll clean his.
Jill,
his-
it's my turn. Jill, it's my turn. It's go time. Genesis 9. I want you to justify with everything that you just defined as some variation of this servitude. I want you to justify.
We have to look at the context to see what type of slave is being spoken of.
Okay.
In
I
Genesis
understand
9.
that.
So let's
Yeah.
go there. You
Yeah.
didn't want to go to Exodus 21 and do that exercise. So now you want
I
to go
don't
to
care
Genesis
about
9.
what's in Genesis. The only comparison that I was making is how long it takes for 10 things to be discussed and how long it takes for one thing to be discussed.
that's
I don't
important.
care the context of it. I don't care about the author's intent or anything.
All right. So
I'm just
what
referring
verse?
to what the superseding and most important thing is.
Okay. Because if I give you more time to read a certain thing, that means it's more important than. Okay, gotcha. All right. So, Genesis 9, right?
Is the
What did you
Ten
want to bring?
Commandments more important than slavery?
Which is not connected to how long it takes you to read it. That's those two things are not mutually exclusive. What do you? I mean, let's get to Genesis 9, my guy.
If
You're
you're
just
if you're
wasting our
going
time.
to look at intricate
You're wasting our
detail
time.
between the Ten
You're
Commandments
saying
and the
one is more
intricate detail
important
of the
because one
slavery
takes
mentioned
us
in
longer
Exodus
to read
21,
than the other. Therefore,
yes,
one is
yes.
more important than the other. That is just the
Which one?
dumbest logic. It's probably liberal logic. That's why you're using it. Let's get to Genesis 9, please.
Okay, Genesis 9. All right. Who
Okay, what
becomes
about
the
Genesis
first servant of servants?
Who becomes the first servant of servants?
Yes.
Enlighten me. What verse?
Genesis 9:25
25. Okay.
and 26.
Israel is the first servant, right? God is the vassal, the suzerain. Excuse me. God is the suzerain. So really, the first servant is Israel, and Israel becomes
Israel doesn't
slave.
exist yet.
Israel becomes the slave of God. Yes.
Mm.
Verse 25. Cursed be Canaan,
Mhm.
a servant of servants shall be to his brothers.
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you wanted to bring out? This is the
Yeah.
curse of Canaan?
The curse of Canaan.
Okay.
Now, what part of this voluntary is the grandson of Noah, the first child born post-flood, is now a servant,
Of his
having
brother.
done nothing wrong?
What? Having done nothing wrong?
What did Noah's grandson do to be cursed and be a servant of servant to his uncle Shem and his uncle Japheth?
What is wrong with being the lowest status in the culture? What's wrong with that? That's your designation? That's what God says is going to be your
Noah
fate?
says. Noah says.
Right. So what's wrong with that?
So how is that voluntary?
What do you mean, how is that voluntary?
How is Canaan voluntarily becoming a servant to his brothers?
The vassal,
I'm sorry, not his brothers, to his uncles.
The vassal is subservient to the king or the suzerain. So in the ancient times, and we still have this in feudal systems, much much more later. In ancient times, the suzerain king would be over or responsible for the vassal. So a curse would mean that usually that was the eldest son. The eldest son normally would be the suzerain. He would be in charge. All of the brothers would quote unquote serve him. This is not slavery, genius, in a sense where now all of a sudden the brother is whipping the little brother. No. All this means is that they will be the ones, instead of the older brother being the one that's in charge and has the higher status, the heir, if you will, it would be cursed. They would be cursed. It would be reversed. Okay. So a servant of servants he shall be to his brothers. This does not mean that blacks are cursed. The Mormons tried to come along later and suggest that. That was a lie. That was a misinterpretation, just like yours is a misinterpretation.
I haven't given an interpretation.
It doesn't mean slave in the sense that you're now going to be, whipped and forced to work against your will. This denotes more so of a dealing with his descendants, that they would not be the ones who are in charge.
Okay? So, to put it into context, my interpretation, now that you've ridiculed my interpretation I haven't even given, but my interpretation is there's been a flood. It's wiped out everybody. There's only the 3 sons of Noah and Noah and his wife. And then the first child born is involuntarily introduced to indebted servitude to his uncles.
Okay.
Now,
that's what you want to believe?
Okay, but that's what it says.
But it doesn't give you those details. You're assuming
yes, it does.
That's what it says. Where does it say anything about servitude?
What does
what
it say?
What does that entail?
It says...
What does servants entail here? Again, what does it mean to be a servant of servants to your brothers in the ancient Near East?
So
not what
you're
it means
telling
to
me,
you today.
You're telling me that the Caesarean hierarchy is with 8 people plus 1.
No, this is speaking of the descendants, meaning that this would be the case with the descendants of these individuals. That is, somebody has to be in charge.
No, it's talking
God
about,
is saying
it's talking about a
David
grandson.
is going to be in charge,
it's
not the oldest son, but
grandson.
David. So again, there's nothing nefarious here.
Oh, nothing.
God is telling you the future. Who is going to be in charge?
Let me put it this way, Jill. You have the first child born off of the boat already put into servitude.
Okay. Slavery? Servitude? What does this mean?
It means that this book is designed to get the person...
It means status. Yes.
It means status. Servant of service means status.
Yes. It's a very low status, or meaning you are subordinate. It's not giving a detailed system of slavery laws.
So that isn't anything to do with voluntary.
Oh, gosh. Because this isn't talking about service and servitude in that sense. It's not talking about a worker working for someone to pay off a debt, or a worker working for someone to pay restitution because they went, like Leviticus 20 teaches, or Exodus 20, because they committed a crime. So now they're paying restitution. This is God simply saying,
what crime did Canaan commit?
Saying that Canaan's descendants would be dominated by others, especially by Israel later on.
So what crime did Canaan commit to become subservient to his uncles?
What crime did they commit?
Yeah. You just mentioned that this was caused by a crime.
This was caused by the curse of Canaan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canaan exactly. Is not the blacks, okay? Where is that a crime? Canaan didn't commit any crimes.
Canaan didn't commit any crimes?
No.
Okay.
So how is it voluntary? How is it subject to a criminal associated sentence?
So according to your justice system, this would be an unjust judgment?
according to a con man getting people to believe that they need to be.
That's your conspiracy theory. So according to your justice system.
Hey, wait. You just said that this was conspiracy theory. Could
That's
it be
your
Occam's?
Conspiracy theory,
I consider it Occam's razor.
All right, sure. That's your conspiracy theory. You have no textual evidence.
I consider it my Occam's razor.
Show me the archaeological support for that. Show me the digs that show that the extent, the surviving.
Why would I do that?
Show that. All right, you don't have.
Why would I care about that?
So it's your conspiracy theory.
I can show you that con men exist.
So my interpretation is as good as yours, I guess.
No, you can't show me that God exists, and I can show you con men exist.
The curse came right after the incident involving Noah and his son Ham and his grandson, Canaan.
So there's no voluntary here. You said when we were talking about the comparison of the 10 Commandments versus slavery in connecting chapters, that this had to been a voluntary, and then we brought up Abraham, and then you wanted to basically state that this had to be an employment situation. This is clearly not an employment situation.
For the sake of this argument, I'm not going to get into soteriology because I don't think you're on that level. But for the sake of this argument, this is basically a prophetic statement. It points forward to what Canaan's descendants would become, and it reflects a deeper moral issue that would continue in that line. So God is telling us that this line is already cursed. So the judgment is tied to moral family within the family, but yes, within that direct family, yes, but it is also speaking prophetically of what these people are doing. And the line of Cain in general is demonized from the very beginning. So this just doesn't start at Noah. The line of Cain is demonized from even earlier in Genesis, in Genesis 9. In fact, the line of Cain is the first to practice polygamy in the Bible. Okay, it wasn't the line of Shem. Notice that Shem's line only had one wife. Everyone had one wife. Maybe one, but like 2 or 3. Mistakes happen. But it is Canaan's line that is the destructive one.
Alan,
that's the one that
Alan
is
just brought up
that's
the key
the one
point here. The line of Cain doesn't go through Noah.
Those are not Nephilim.
It goes through Seth.
By the way.
Alan brought up in the chat, the line of Cain goes through Noah, ? It goes through Seth. So there's only 9 people that we're talking about here, and servant of servants emphasizes that the lowest position of servitude is bestowed upon Noah's grandson.
My God, yes.
So how is that voluntary? How is that subject to a crime?
Okay.
When a grandson who didn't do anything.
Are we talking about God involuntarily acting on his own creation?
God is not present here. The only thing that he has to do with anything is
God is the one that made the curse, right?
Please let me finish, Jill. He's hit the reset button. God has hit the reset button, and he selected Noah as the most righteous person.
And he curses someone. God is the one cursing, right?
No, Noah is.
No, this isn't a curse.
Noah is the one cursing.
Oh, Noah cursed him.
That's correct.
All right.
These are human beings enslaving human beings.
Let's go to the text. So, blessed be the Lord. He also said, God of Shin, and let Canaan be his servant.
Yeah.
May God enlarge Japheth. So this is a prayer, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. Yep. These are Noah's children, his descendants, and he is saying, what thus saith the Lord. This is a quote from Noah, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what's wrong with that? It's not him that's going to be doing it.
It sounds like a con man getting people scammed, and
it's not him
God
who's going to be doing it, because he won't even be alive.
Who to be alive?
So he is pointing forward to what Canaan's descendants would become prophetically. Okay, so this is an act of God.
Oh, so the grandson is not a servant to his uncles. You're saying that this is just prophecy. That the temple that Shem establishes.
It's called representative judgment, and God can judge an entire nation. So when
There's
you
no
get
nation
over
to judge here.
When you get over
there's
to
9 people.
When you get over to Leviticus and Exodus, you're talking about treatment of people by other people.
Mm-hmm.
So there's sin. So if God destroys the firstborn of everyone, okay, that is God doing with what he wants to do with his creation. That's not to say you can destroy your baby because you want to go to college.
There's zero archaeologist evidence that is an ongoing thing. So you asked me for evidence. I now am going to throw that one back at you because we're getting off the subject of Genesis 9 here. You've got a scenario in which there's no voluntary, there's no crime, there's only 9 people in existence if the Bible is true. You wanted an example
nations.
an example.
This is not dealing with civil law. There's no
civilization for there to be civil law.
Exactly. So you're confusing civil law, which is what we have in Exodus and Leviticus, how you should interact with others. You're taking this instance, which is totally different from that, and conflating the two as if they're one and the same.
I'm showing that a human being, when there's only 9 people on earth, are making servants of their grandchild.
This is not
for no reason, not voluntary.
That is not why God does not act for no reason.
I didn't say God did it. I said a human being did it.
No,
I
he
said
did
Noah
not. He
did
doesn't
it.
have the power to curse generations.
Exactly. So you just made my point for me.
This is something God was doing.
That there's no God, but human beings can make somebody a servant and make them to believe that they should be indebted to their uncles.
That's your conspiracy. Abraham simply pronounces God's judgment on them. That's
Abraham doesn't exist yet. This is Genesis 9.
Abraham did not himself curse anybody.
He is the one who inherited.
He did not do anything but pronounce the curse. Okay, he doesn't have the power to curse an entire generation. Not even a person, let alone an entire generation that will be here beyond his life. That doesn't make any sense.
How about you just concede that there is an issue here with a non-voluntary servant and a non-criminal servant, and it happens in Genesis 9?
The curse functions as a prophetic declaration, and it does happen in Genesis 9, yes. This is not to be compared with civil law.
I never compared it to that.
Thou shalt do this.
I never compared it to that.
Well, that's what we were talking to. Then you went over to Genesis 9 to prove someone is being forced.
I could care less about slavery in Leviticus 25. I could care less about.
Why did you come here in Genesis 9 to prove someone is being forced to be a slave?
Because you stated about Exodus 21 that it was voluntary, and I wrote it down. I wrote it down here in nice big letters. You said voluntary. You asked for a scenario in which it was not voluntary, and I provided it for you. Oh,
first you went to war.
It's in your book. It's in your holy book.
First you went to war because you couldn't find it in the civil context in Leviticus.
The war.
Now you're going to.
What war are you talking
being
about?
Judged by God.
What war are you talking about?
Slavery.
I don't know. I don't understand. The war has not been in the context of anything we've spoken about.
Oh my goodness. So the takeaway from this is that there was a moral failure in Noah's family, and that the future trajectory, if you will, of that behavior over time led to severe judgment. Okay, that's how God works in the earth. He can judge an entire nation for what your leader does. If you don't like God's judgment, too bad.
If God's judgment if God doesn't exist, then his judgment doesn't exist. And this is just a Noah creating a servant.
He can make you a slave tomorrow to Russia. All he had to do was allow Biden to win again, and you would be a slave just like that to Russia.
You know, so what does that have to do with the price of bread?
Thank God that he didn't let Biden win and got Trump, so he could get all 3 of the death cults all at war together at the same time.
So how God deals with nations is not to be compared to how we should deal with each other when they come from other nations. Okay, God is very, very, very harsh with people. He really is.
If you have evidence of that, I would love to see it.
I do. You just showed me how harsh he is. He judged an entire
I showed you how
generation
Noah did
for
that.
somebody, one person.
I showed you
sin. He
how the
judged an
most
entire 4 or
righteous
5
man did it,
generations in the future.
not a
Like,
god.
what do you mean? Show me where the like
I
you're
showed you
showing
that it
me
was a
how
man that
God
did it.
treats people, but that is not how we are instructed to treat each other. So you're again conflating the two things.
You asked for a voluntary and you asked for a non-criminal, and I showed it to you.
Yeah.
You got what you asked for.
They were criminals.
How is Kenan, the grandchild of Noah, a criminal?
This is general consequences. That is God's justice. That
It's
is God's
Noah's.
prophecy.
It's Noah's hierarchy,
So
and
you
it is a
don't have
con. It is a
any
con.
example of
Pardon?
God instructing us to enslave another human being. Thank you.
Wait, what are we talking about?
So you don't have one example of God instructing us to enslave another human being. Humans enslaving other humans. Thank you very much. You have to go over to God cursing generations, God judging nations. You have to go there because you don't have an example of him instructing you to do that.
Doesn't that make my point then that human beings exist and human beings deceive and human beings con other human beings into paying for mistakes, say that they didn't create that don't actually exist, using fake authorities that don't actually exist. It's not a conspiracy. I can provide you with thousands of investigations of that exact crime.
Of investigations of what crime?
Of any kind of financial crime. There's a Bitcoin. There's romance scams. There's any kind of money laundering type of scams that are going on right now, where they use a fake authority and they use a fake.
Oh, sure, but you need to prove it in this instance, not in all of those.
Okay, that was my exact point for providing that there is a such thing as a creator in Genesis 1, and that the name of that creator is God, and that this book was affiliated with that being, creator God.
Prove it. Don't just spew it. Prove it, and then say, "Oh, look at all the other examples of fraud. Therefore, fraud."
Does the Bible come from humans or does it come from God?
Oh, it comes from humans. Therefore,
okay,
fraud.
perfect.
Nice try.
So,
nice try.
I see a human creating a hierarchy in which somebody is subservient for no reason other than
that.
I just read it to you. You read the exact same lyrics that I have.
You didn't read that. That's the reason why. You're assuming the author's intention. It didn't say, well, I'm doing this so that I can make them.
Yes, I'm assuming it's a con until I can be provided evidence.
For no reason other than
to the first three things that I mentioned.
Them subservient to me. Yeah, there's no other reason besides that. I just want to control.
They're not subservient to God. They're subservient to Shem and Japheth.
Control a group of people because I'm
humans.
Noah,
by the way, humans.
And I built this boat. I built this bitch. No.
Yeah, the only boat.
King Kong. I built this boat. I'll put you in this world. I'll take you out.
The only man who had a boat.
That's how he's acting like Noah. He's acting like Noah was running. No, I think this was more so God is saying this is going to be the case. And Noah is more so pronouncing to the family that, hey, this is the punishment God is coming with. And I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I don't see that. I don't compare that to what we have going on in Leviticus, where God is actually making laws. Do this, do that, treat this, do this. When this person comes in, treat them this way, treat them that way. Pay your workers. Don't abuse foreigners, et cetera, et cetera. That's a totally different thing. But
so,
all right, you want to see them as the same?
Jill,
you go right
do
ahead.
You consider this God teaching for these scriptures to be some variation of a God word? Are these examples of good and teaching coinciding together for your example of non-voluntary, voluntary only, and criminal intent, and prisoners of war turned a part of the society, a civilization?
Do I see what? I'm sorry?
If I'm harping basically what I call the problem of deception, The moment that deception occurs in this book, it's probably a trickster god. Genesis 1:1 is referring to a trickster, somebody who is impersonating a authority figure, much like a romance scam would do, much like a financial scam would do, right?
I don't know how you would prove
So
that.
if how that it's really not my job to prove it. I am not going to become a member of the Christian religion until I have evidence that the authority is legitimized in Genesis 1:1. Right? There's no such thing as the Son of God if the Creator God doesn't exist. If that authority is faked, just like a financial scam. This is your utility company. We have information that shows that you didn't pay your bill. Could you pay your bill? And you make your bill. And then your real utility company sends you a bill and you call them up and say, "Hey, I paid you." But you didn't pay it to the real utility company. You paid it to the fake utility company. What is the real utility company going to say?
You need to pay me.
Yeah, exactly. So I need to make sure when it says in this book, Genesis 1:1, I need to see the authority that is actually met. When I call it up and I say, "Hey, I need a verification that this is a legitimate one."
Okay. What's your criteria for judging? That's the problem. Your criteria is going to be something.
Jill, at any time, I'm okay with take your kid to work day. At any time.
What's your criteria that you're using to judge? That's what you need to evaluate. That's what I would evaluate first, because if it is something like, well, the Bible has to do this or say this, and you don't put that same requirement on other texts, then you're just showing you have a bias.
What other text should I take on faith, free will, or some variation of that excuse, or some variation of what's written on my heart?
Well, we're saying whatever text you read it in context. Don't just read.
No. You didn't answer the question. And I'm going to hold you to this. What other text in this world am I supposed to accept on faith? And I'm supposed to accept on what's on my heart, and I'm supposed to accept that I'm not supposed to receive those as an excuse.
Relax. Blind faith, never. The Bible does not teach you should ever have blind faith.